Hi. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Metal. Hey, Fizzle. How's everyone doing today? So, this week we are continuing our work on the Death Guard kill team, which we started last week. I think we made pretty decent progress. We finished like half of it. There's still some things we need to do. We started the basing process off stream earlier today because I wanted to show you guys how I will do that. But it wouldn't do if like everything was still wet. So I had to get the glue to dry earlier. Where are my brushes? Oh my god. All my brushes should be on my desk. But they're not here. Oh no. I mean, I have some brushes, just not the brushes I want to use. What did I do with them? Okay. Well, you're sad. Your car is about to cross through. Oh no. Hey, fun guy. I'm so sorry, Fizzle. I understand that that's a really hard time. I hope that you can relax a bit here with us at least. I know it's not gonna make it really gonna make anything better. Cats are very special and unique creatures. Oh. I hope that, you know, you're doing okay. That you've got all the support you need. And that you're gonna be okay. I know that's never a good time. What? What? No, not cat, car. Oh, I thought you... Oi, Fractor, hi. I thought you meant your cat. Ah, because sometimes people say cat instead of car instead of cat. Ah. Ah. Okay, well, anyway, something less morbid to think about. I've just realised I've left one of my paints in the other room. Hang on. I'll be back in a sec, chat. I'm so sorry. It's not scuffed, I'm just being a goof. Ah. Sorry, I had to pick up a replacement paint for the one I knocked over in the last stream. So I now have some more Mortarian grime, which I will use to paint these guys in. So, the car is going to the forever garage. Rip car. I hope it served you well for its time. What happened to it? Did it have an accident? Are you okay? Where's my texture tool? God, why? Everything's on my desk. It should be on my desk. But everything is not where it's... Ah, this is the worst. No, I found everything. It was all here. It was all here, chat. I was just being blind. Blind. Anyway, so these are the 4 we did last time. And now we have another 4 to do. I've also decided to scrub the footage I did last time for the video I wanted to have on YouTube. Just because I didn't really like how it turned out. So we've got some guys here. Some guys. We've got the icon bearer with his little woam. He has a little woam here. If I hold it too close, it kind of goes out of focus, but you know what I mean. It's a little woam. I need to make sure I've got a good focus set up on everything. I feel like for the recording camera, I feel like I've got a good spot for everything. I can paint everything here, and it should be okay. But I just keep finding I need to adjust the streaming camera ever so slightly. Because it's just ever so slightly out of focus, it looks like. Hang on, let me fix that. There we go. Perfect. No, it's the focus. Like, I only have quite a cheap camera, so trying to get it just right is always a little bit of a pain. But yeah, I don't know which one I'm going to... Actually, I know which one I'm going to start with. We're just going to go through all the same process steps we did last time. So we're going to start with the armor, then a little dry brush, then the next bit of armor, then a little dry brush, and then we'll do all of the other bits and pieces we need to do, one by one. So, no one saw that. It was fine. Where is my Seraphim Sepia? Is it Sepia? Sepia? How do you say it, chat? Is it Sepia or Sepia? There it is. I feel like it's meant to be Sepia. It's spelled Sepia. Oh. Hey Leo, how you doing? Also, I do need to actually add a stream light for a miniature, like a proper desk light for Throne, which I will do at some point. Because I found one I want. Because right now I'm just using really cheap, shitty lights that don't really work that well, I don't think. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Okay. I do really like using my phone for like filming though. I feel like phone cameras these days are insanely good. So we're just gonna start with Seraphim Sepia. And we're just gonna do the heavy gunner guy with his bile spewer or whatever it's called. The flamer. Because it is a flamer. It functions like a flamer in tabletop. So it just shoots jizz or something. I don't fucking know. Yucky stuff that you don't want in your face. That's what it shoots. Did the other model come in? Not yet, as far it hasn't come in yet. No, it'll probably be a couple more days. I imagine. Could be wrong though. I really like working with shade inks and just tinting and just kind of tinting the white down. I think it's a very nice way of painting as opposed to actually like building up the color. And it's a lot more forgiving, I think. Like, I need to move this little palette because it's kind of in the way. I could be wrong though. To me, it feels more forgiving. Though I don't actually know how much the tint shows through on stream. It's quite subtle, honestly. It's quite subtle. It just adds like a little bit of a color tint to the white. Not enough to really change it to a different color, but enough that it's noticeable to the eye. I mean, you could just drown it in it and then just keep building up the layers, but I don't think that's not really what we're aiming for here. I don't think. But like contrasts, it does just fill in all the little recesses quite nicely. So we're just going to go over all of the armor very simply. One thing I like about Death Guard is that they have a lot of trim, but doing the trim is pretty much just purely optional. There's no like consistency in how much trim that they get painted in from what I've seen on any of the official art. So you can kind of just do however much or however little of it as you want. And it kind of works. Like, hell, there were some bits I didn't realize had trim until after the stream yesterday, and I still thought it looked okay. Like, yeah. But then again, the whole faction is very forgiving of mistakes because they are meant to be messy and a bit slapped together. To my mind, at least. You don't really like them that much. You don't have much creative freedom. It's the toxic bits found from local industry. Oh god. You always said Cephian. Huh. Okay. Did the other... It's the toxic bits he found from the local industry. Really? Huh. You don't like the Death Guard much. You don't have much creative freedom. That's true. They are a bit of a pain for like kit bashing and whatnot. But I've seen some fantastic like non-standard paint jobs. I think they're fun. I think they're just fun because like you can kind of really play around with it. Though there is the theme of it's always going to be decaying and filthy and yeah. You'll usually end up with some kind of greenish, brownish kind of mush kind of as what your guy looks like. Getting here up in his armpit and yeah. But I had no idea about that. I thought sepia tone was just like what the material of the camera was. I had no idea it was from like toxic stuff. That's cool. Every time I stream, I feel like I learn, like chat teaches me something new, which is nice. But yeah, I think I wonder if they're gonna. I don't know. There's bits of me that think, ooh, I wonder what new Death Guard stuff they're gonna release in the future. But like, they've kind of got a very complete range. They don't really need anything new. There are apparently meant to be 7 different types of Death Guard Lord or Lord of Nurgle and whatnot. For different types of plague and decay. So we've got a Lord of Contagion, a Lord of Virulence, now a Lord of Poxers, and there's probably going to be like a few more in the future down the line. But I don't know, there's a lot of HQ choices, all for the same kind of sort of like warband leader role. So I don't really know what more they could add. Now, chat, I'm trying to decide whether or not this is a mushroom or if it's a bit of actual piping. And I don't know what color I want to do it if it's a mushroom. That's the hard bit with this kind of color scheme. Some things are just a little bit odd to make sense of. Piping. Hey-oh. Hey-oh. Like this stuff on top, is it mushrooms or is it pipes? Tell me, chat. What does it look like to you? Because if it's piping, then we know how to paint it. And if it's mushrooms, we don't really know how to paint mushrooms, or we can hazard a guess that we could just, like, make it this kind of, like, bone white color. Because that's what mushrooms look like in the wild, right? This kind of, like, bone whitish color. Bad focus. Wow. Is it really that bad? Oh. Okay, let me try and adjust it, chat. How do I improve the focus? It gets more blurry, and then it gets more blurry. It's like, I feel like we're basically in the sweet spot for focus. When I had it closer, it was bad. Yeah. I kind of like have to have the miniature in one spot, which doesn't really help when I need to move around to see different angles on it. Wah. Wah. It's like, it's got to be in a perfect spot. Otherwise, you think those are shrooms? Shrooms it is. Actually, I know what I'm going to paint. How I'm going to paint the shrooms. I'm going to make them sort of like grey mushrooms. Like the less visually nice looking ones, you know? I'm just going to use like sewer contrast paint for it. Because it's kind of brown, it's kind of grey. It kind of is everything we need them to be. Wow. Why? Why would you eat things at a little bean? It is innocent, kind of. Mostly. We'll make them UV. Oh, I could make them UV. I could make them UV, because some mushrooms are UV. But they're more like UV red and stuff. Or UV purple? You've given me something to think about. I'll get there later. I'll have a think about how I want to do them, and then we'll do them. So I think, chat, it's going to be between one of these two for which one I want to do on the video for YouTube. Not the VOD video, because obviously the VOD is going to be up there entirely. But I'm going to do a separate video, which I'm using my phone to record with. I don't know which I want. Because they kind of both work. They're both very good posers for it. This guy has little fly wings. So we've got the Icon Bearer or the Sorcerer. I think they're both very cool miniature. Generally, from what I know, Death Guard play around with chemical stuff. A slight joke around with your mates is that Moss's gas is their tea time. Lol. I mean, that's more Emperor's Children, I would think. Because, like, Emperor's Children actively poison themselves just for the sake of, like... Yeah. I don't know which one. I feel like the Icon Bearer is the better one for just standard kind of like Death Guard shenanigans. That's my thought, at least. And also, look at the little gremlins hiding in the icon. He's just a little guy with his head stuck in. He's cute. He's hanging out with his little buddy in here. It's such a cute little model. And the car is off to the garage in the sky. Rip car. Have you got a replacement one? Or is it going to be a bad time for a little while? Okay. I'm gonna not do the Sorcerer video, because the Sorcerer is a much more complicated model and I'm more likely to fuck it up. One thing I do like about the Sorcerer is very clearly defined elements of trim. Okay. And also, the wings are not standard. I think this is the only Death Guard Space Marine with wings in the whole model range, honestly. You have truck. May go car shopping soon. Okay. Well, I hope you get something nice if you decide to do that. But as long as you can get around and do the things you need to do, that's the most important thing, right? Well, we might have gotten a bit too heavy on the wash there. Okay. That's okay, chat. We can fix that by wicking it away back onto the brush to use in other bits. Yeah, easy, fixed. Let's finish doing the breastplate. Not entirely sure how I'm going to approach this bit of the art of the body, honestly. Like where the armor has been shot away, and you can see like little bits of flesh kind of coming out of it. It's kind of nice, honestly. It's well, nice is a very specific term to use, I think. But it feels very on brand for Death Guard, because they are like sort of not quite alive, but kind of alive in this state of living death, which is kind of cool. Like, as far as a concept goes for a Space Marine Legion. I keep trying to figure out what they say in this Darktide song. I can never be entirely sure. Chat, what do you think they're saying? If I may be honest, Death Guard has a bit of a free artistic expression on. I saw one dude paint them to look like they carry a colourful algae bacteria, almost like those hot springs in Yellowstone in colour. But you can't be truly free. That's true. Like, there's a lot of like potential to like look into nature and kind of like do like all kinds of really pretty like inspired things, because at the end of the day, Nurgle is not just the god of decay in the setting. Nurgle is also the god of rebirth and life. It's just that in a universe with so many people, I think death is what's twisted him into a chaos god, as opposed to just a warp entity that just is a vague concept. Because ultimately, the warp entities and the chaos gods are reflections in one way or another of the material world. Because they are beings created by the raw psychic energy and emotion of the people of the real material world. From my understanding of them, at least. I don't know too much Death Guard lore or too much Nurgle lore outside of, like, the base concepts. And a few little tidbits I've heard from the Horus Heresy. A bit too much paint on there. Otherwise, I think we're looking good. Okay. I need to start recording momentarily. So, we are, once again, just going to start with Seraphim Sepia. On all of the armor. I quite like this model, honestly. I think this one in particular, it's got a very easy pose to paint because it's very open. Wow. Sliv, hi, how you doing? Thank you so much. Oh my god, it's been a year.
Sliv79 just subscribed for 12 months.
Holy shit. Hi, how you doing? It's always lovely to see you. Sliv, thank you so much for the year. I can't believe that. Also, how's the audio and the music, by the way? Is it too loud? Or is it a good volume? That's so nice. God, it's kind of crazy to think how long I've been streaming and how long certain people have been in the community for. It's a nice feeling. I feel like I've grown a fair bit. Especially since back in the day. Well, I really didn't know what I was doing. I still don't some days. Of course, Slanesh, you like to imagine them to be more psychedelic. Like, see the most beautiful thing, but also the most horrific thing. You want to look, but it'll bring madness. Slanesh is, I think... Slanesh is and is not what you want to be. I agree. Like, Slanesh is nothing but extremes. Like, they are... You know, it's interesting. Like, depending on who you speak to, like, the Elder Dar seem to gender Slanesh as she, her, because, like, she's constantly called she who thirsts and all that stuff. But I think Slanesh is everything, because why would they not be everything? Because if they aren't everything, then how can they experience the excess of everything? And I think one of the interesting things about Slanesh is that they probably have more interesting points of views on it, on just like life and everything, because they have to consider other points of views, because they have to know what those points of views are in order to have that experience as a creature, as an entity. It's cool. I like Slanesh. I'm super excited for the Emperor's Children release later. Are you guys excited? I think I know how I'm gonna paint them. I think I know how I'm gonna paint them. I think I know how I'm gonna paint them. I might be wrong. But I'm gonna go back to doing the whole metallic Emperor's Children like how I was doing before. Not the color shift metallic. I think that's just a bit too awkward to use sometimes. But I think I've settled on which paints I was going to use, because I was just having a look at some of the color tests I did before, and I kind of settled back on, and I kind of just, one of the old models I did caught my eye and I was like, you know what, this is actually the right kind of thing. I want to incorporate some of the ideas we've tried out before, some of the newer ideas I've tried, into it, but in a more subtle way, for them to be like undertones and things like that, is what I'm thinking. Pato, hey, how you doing? Hang on, let me finish with this color and then I will give you a bean. One momento. How you doing, Pato? It's always nice to see you. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for dropping by. It's always lovely to see you. I need to remember to hydrate, chat. Please occasionally water your streamer. We are like Tamagotchis. If you don't take care of us, we die. Lol. Of dehydration and forgetting to snack. Lol. I don't mean to be this way. I don't mean to. I hyperfocus and fixate on stuff, and then suddenly time passes and I don't realize. But I will get you your bean in a momento, and then I will have a sippy, because I need to have a sippy. You're playing Hunt Showdown? I still haven't played. You've been working on commissions. Ooh. And painting Mortarion. Wait, do you paint Warhammer on commission? How do you do that? Like, I don't know how to start that whole process. I think I could do some commission painting. Not like a not like to a Golden Demon standard or anything like some people do. But like I could do some Battlefield ready commissions. It'd be fun to do that and like not have to paint my own shit. I mean, not have to not paint my own shit, but like to actually like maybe start turning this into more of a business. It'd be fun. And if I could get away from like actually having to do a regular job and just paint all the time, I could stream it, and then I'd be streaming more, and it'd be great. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fully covered. You painted some Sisters of Battle for a friend, blasphemous style. But that's the only mission, commission you've taken. That's fair. That's fair. Sisters of Battle are very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. We're done with the Seraphim Sepia. Sepia. What style did you do the Sisters in? What order? Or was it a custom order? Wait, what do you mean by blasphemous style? I'm not entirely familiar. Oh, the Novitiates! Oh, I love the Novitiates. They're a very cool kill team. I got Novitiates specifically to play on the tabletop, and I kind of regret not building them as the kill team, because the kill team has some very, very cool, like, bits. Dark armor, red tabards, white faces. Ooh, that sounds cool. You know what would be really cool for Slaanesh miniatures? Just hear me out. You would paint some cultists in few ornate garments to try to make the armor reflective like a mirror. So, I did something similar with my Custodes. And then I tried to add some color and paint on top of that. And for chrome paint to have that mirror coating, you need to use an airbrush. There's no other way for it. But to paint on top of chrome with anything is a nightmare because the chrome is so slippy, the paint just doesn't adhere to it. So you've got to find a way to somehow prime the surface so that paint can adhere to it. After that, I mean, I guess you could use a lot of masking putty, but that's going to take so long. It just, ugh. It's so annoying. So I've actually got decided I'm probably going to strip down my Custodes and restart them because I'm not happy with how it feels working on them. And that's not to say like the mirror silver I've got looks great, but you can't paint anything else on them. Not without having an absolute headache. But no, it's a cool idea in principle. In order to execute that idea in a way that's actually, you know, not a pain in the arse, that's a thing I have yet to figure out. Do I not have tissues? Well, I do. Good. I need to get something better for dry brush paint. So we are gonna just dry brush some Wraithbone over what we've just done, just to bring up the white and leave the recess. Oh god, where's my brush gone? I dropped it. Ah. It's here somewhere. I know it. I found it. I found it. This brush is very stiff. How did you get so stiff, brush? I mean, you want a stiff brush for dry brushing, I think, but like, it's excessively stiff. And I always try to make sure my words. I always do my best to make sure my brushes are clean after a painting session. But I can admit I'm not the best at brush maintenance. I can admit that. So we're just gonna dry brush just a little bit here, just to kind of buff back up some of the color. I started watching the new season of Invincible, chat. So good. It's just such a nice continuation. And Mark's brother is really cute, like, as a character. I wonder what he's gonna be like. He just wants to do his best. You're leaning towards making cultists a bit on the lewd side. Not pornographic. Extreme excess. I swear only the thinnest silk cloths. That's because my body is... You know, I feel like they lean into that a little bit with the Age of Sigmar stuff, the Hedonites of Slaanesh. I was thinking I could, like, if they have a cultist unit, to make them stand out a bit more, I might get some Age of Sigmar stuff and try and kit bash it a bit. But I'm not so sure. I'm going to wait until I see what the units that they get are... Because I already have a lot of cultists. Like, I use my Necromunda gang, my Cawdor guys as cultists. Not because, like, I play them as cultists, but I just had some spare bits, so I kit bashed them into the cultists, and I was like, well, there's a similar aesthetic going on here. So, fuck it. And I just kind of, like, ended up using them a lot. And they're good models. I genuinely think they cook a lot more with the Necromunda team than they do with the 40k team. The same with Horus Heresy as well. I feel like they get a lot more freedom to like really like push the limits because it's not a main that neither of them are mainstream games, so they get a lot more freedom to fuck around and find out, and it's less of a business risk for Games Workshop. I think that's the main reason you see a lot more interesting and possibly better sculpts, and then they see the things that work in those systems, and then they port those over to 40k. It's a little bit the same with Age of Sigmar as well, because it's a lot less established lore, so they don't really need not to mess. They don't really feel bad about messing with stuff. Okay, I will make you a plush. What kind of plush shall I make you today? What plush did we not have yesterday? I think today it is frog time. Frog. Frog.
If you guys have a prime,
Wow.
slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock.
God,
Tell everybody
Iron
that you
Mouse
have a
jump
big fucking
scare.
dick today and slap that prime
You're
on
really
the
hoping to get
fucking
some
table
Night Lord
right
specific
now.
units. Got not that Nakman Gauntlet has been now that Nakman Gauntlet has been announced. It was really nice seeing Night Lords on the cover for the Nakman Gauntlet Crusade book. Like I think that's really cool. I've heard that later this year we're probably going to get another campaign book, which I'm very curious to see what that's going to be like. Because it's too early for it to be the big end of edition campaign that they do. I think it's just so that they can get some more Space Marine releases out, because let's be honest, those anything that's not an Ultramarine or a really like Codex non-compliant chapter really needs more models, because like everyone's either playing Ultramarines or they're playing like Dark Angels or Blood Angels or Black Templars. No one's playing like White Scars or Salamanders really. Or at least if they are, it's not to the nearly the same extent, which is a shame, because there's some great chapters with some fantastic lore. And I hope that Games Workshop gets the balance right. I kind of get it though, because like Ultramarines are the main characters and the protagonists for the most part of Warhammer, which I think is dumb, because they're just not that interesting. They're just kind of bland compared to a lot of the other chapters. But, like, it kind of makes sense for them to be. They need to be the one that everyone can kind of get into, so they can't be too distinct. Okay. Now it's time for the next bit of the video I'm recording. So we're just going to show off how we prep I'm just going to show off how we prep dry brushing, a little bit of the Wraithbone, getting most of the paint off, and grab our miniature, and just very gently get all of the nice raised areas. Doesn't matter if we go a bit too heavy on it. The important thing, in fact, a little bit of inconsistency here is probably a good thing, because then it just creates that kind of illusion of there being like more weathering. And it's nice. I mean, we've already got quite a bit of distinction between the different colors, I think. You can see lots of different, like, sort of in-between blends of the different browns and off-whites. But that's partly because we're still doing this before the paint is fully dry. But that's okay, because it shouldn't be uniform. It should be mucky and messy. and have a little bit of everything, I think. But that's that stage done. Nice and simple, nice and easy. Cleanse thy brush. I say this like I'm not immediately going to use it in like 5-10 minutes for more of the exact same thing. Ultramarines are fine, but they are the Templars. But for the other one, template for the other ones. I mean, you say that. Technically, the template for the other ones are the Dark Angels. The Dark Angels are, in lore, literally the first Legion and the actual template for all the others. All the others try and copy them. So what does that make the Ultramarines? They're just guys. There's nothing... Like, they say that logistics is their thing, but, like, what does that mean? Because logistics is also the Dark Angels thing. But then again, everything is the Dark Angels thing, because they're the best generalists. They do everything. And even, like, Lionel Johnson gets a bit autistic about logistics. Even in his book, he's like, yeah, no, we have to ensure we have good supply lines for everything in order to build the Protectorate and all that shit. And yeah. So we're just going to go at this with Mortarian Grime. Nice and simple. And this will add a nice little pale green tint to this bone white. Which I quite like, honestly. So I tend to go quite heavy with the Mortarian Grime. But it's also kind of like grey brownish, and it's like Mortarian Grime feels like muddy water. Muddy city river water is what it feels like. I feel like that's the best way to describe this color. I don't know how accurate that is, or even how fair. What do you think, chat? I feel like I've settled on a good description for what Mortarian Grime is as a paint. Because, like, I grew up in London, and the River Thames is literally this color. It's this, like, greenish-brown thing. Which is weird considering how close it is to the ocean. I mean, not to the ocean, but to the sea. It's like a thinned down Agrax Earthshade with a green tint to it. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. I love how, like, it's also a lot dark. At the same time as being quite thin, it's also really dark in the places it settles and builds up in the recesses. I really like Mortarian Grime, honestly, as a paint. Like, it's really good for weathering as well, if you ever need to do a weathering segment on a miniature. I don't know if it's as good as Rattling Grime, though. Rattling Grime, but then again, Rattling Grime is a contrast, so it's just a lot thicker. It's just a lot thicker and more deliberate in how it's applied. And once again, right after this, we'll do another dry brush with the bone white, with the wraith bone. I think that looks good, honestly. It's just that like bone white with just that slight tint of green to it. I really like that. It's a thin coat and a metal dry brush and you have a great 10 out of 10 weapon. You like using rattling grime on weapons? Yeah, I can see that. It's got that kind of like oily look to it, which I also quite like. Maybe I'll use that for more weapons for my Death Guard, actually. It's a good paint. I don't use it enough. I don't know why I don't use it enough. I think it's because my default idea is to go to Black Templar if I want grey, dark grey gunmetal weapons. But like Rattling Grime is a good paint, and I don't use it nearly enough. I think it's probably because it's not quite as strong a pigment as something like Black Templar. Definitely not nearly as strong as Black Legion, because I feel like Black Templar is like a weak version of Black Legion. But sometimes Black Legion is just a bit too overpowering, especially for a contrast paint where you're expecting to be able to see the levels underneath it. Whereas, like, I kind of feel like Black Legion sometimes feels like a thinned down layer paint as opposed to a contrast. Though it does have the same the right contrast properties. One thing I'm not sure about is how I want to do these wings. I'm thinking I'm going to do them like... Because they're like flies, right? So I'm thinking I'll do them in like a sort of like ice white kind of like blue with a, maybe like a bluish tint. That's what I'm thinking. I'll probably use the little flies on his little sorcery cloud thing here. I'll probably use that as like a way of testing which one I like the most. Then I'll use that, whichever one I like the most, on his actual wings. Maybe I should talk to Froggy about how people get into doing commissions. Like, I don't know how to, I don't know. I feel like maybe I should actually do, like, learn how to paint to a competition standard before I start offering commissions. But then again, most people just want tabletop-ready stuff. And, like, I can knock out a tabletop-ready army very quickly, so... And not, like, a shit one, either. Like, one that's actually pretty decent looking. I just have to set aside the time for it. And I'm a bit better at that when it's, like, other people's time and not mine. Because when it's my time, I'm just like, yeah, I can just do it whenever. But when it's other people's time and miniatures, then I'm like, wow, I have to do this quickly. It's a bit like being at work, because I guess it is actually just work at that point. What is this? What is this thing here? There's like a little weird like mushroomy thing. I don't even know if it's a mushroom. What is that? A little like bobble on his power pack. I really need to paint your Death Guard kill team. You've had them primed for the last 7. Pato. Paint. Paint. Just do it. Just do it there. No one can make you do it, but you must still do it. Because if you don't, it'll never get done. And also they're really fun miniatures. Just doing Tarian Grime. Just going through this again so that I remember which bit of the video is which when I get to editing later. Okay. Nice and simple. That goes in like so. I like Death Guard. I mean, I like painting Death Guard. There's so, like, you get to be, it feels like you get to be very carefree. At least when I paint, the way I paint them does. Like, I don't really feel like I'm stressing about anything in particular. Because if it's inconsistent, that's just life, isn't it? And that's what the Death Guard are technically about. Kind of. In a weird way. In a very strange, roundabout way. Just after all the death and entropy business. Well. Okay, I think that's us done with Mortarian Grime. Tell a lie. I need to paint his butt. His butt is painted. All is well. Okay. Easy. Now, I need to leave those to dry for just a moment before we do the next stage. And I do need to do the next stage before the next bit. Hey, Spook. How you doing? How's the painting session going so far? Well, we're finishing off the kill team that we did last week. So, we've got the base armor colors done. This is what we did last week. Actually, hang on. I just tilt this up. It's a bit easier. I can adjust the focus, because we're just waiting for them to dry anyway. So these are the ones we did last week. I'm going to show you how I base them this week. But also because I don't have these guys fully based yet, even though they've got like rubble and texture and stuff on them. They are not fully based. I'm going to fully base them at the end of stream and show how that's done. I'm going to use some dirty down moss and some texture paste. And it'll be great. It'll be great. But yeah. You're painting Mortarion, he's way more important. Lol. I suppose that's true. But like, you can play a game without Mortarion. If you want to play a kill team game, you need the whole kill team. And it's a lot quicker to paint 7 miniatures than it is to paint a Mortarion, I feel like. But that's just me. You know? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. In fact, I probably am. I've never painted a Mortarion, but I feel like I'd take a long time with them. I don't know that I ever would get a Mortarion, honestly. He's a cool model. I just don't like his character. He's just a bit whiny. He's just a bit whiny, and he wants things to go his way, but at the same time, he's just like, bruh. Bruh. So I wonder if I should get the hairdryer out. I should get the heat gun, and then that might go a little bit of a way. Mortarion has lots of details. Aren't all Chaos Primarchs whiny? No. Perturabo is like literally the opposite of whiny because he just keeps all his feelings bottled up inside and becomes a toxic shit stain. That's Perturabo. He's just a bitter old guy that doesn't tell people why he's upset and then somehow expects them to treat him better. He's not whiny, though. Angron isn't whiny. He's just a bit of a twat. Though he does sometimes have points. Like, Angron is sometimes right about things. Like, when he talks about Gilliman saying courage and honor, when it's like Gilliman was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. And didn't really have to struggle and didn't really actually have to face anything that was actually a problem. Like he's like Angron has some good points here and there. Fulgrim never whined about anything. He was having a great time the whole way through. Still is. Lorgar. Lorgar had a mental breakdown for a period of time where and an entire lifetime of abuse from what's his face. Not Erebus, but the other guy. Corferon, that's the one. Magnus, no, Magnus wasn't whiny. He just thought he was better than everyone else. A colossal dickhead and massively arrogant. That's what Magnus was. What else? Horus. Yes, Horus was a bit of a whiny bitch because he literally started the rebellion because he was like, oh, what? The Emperor's not... I'm not going to have a statue in 10,000 years. Fuck this shit. Starts the Horus heresy. Yeah, no. But yeah, Mortarion and Horus, the two whiniest Primarchs. Kaz, kind of, but not. I think Kaz just was a bit too nihilistic to be considered whiny. He never really complained about stuff. He just assumed that everything was going to be bad and then just was like, yeah. More emo than whiny. Like, yeah. Like, the Chaos Primarchs aren't whiny. Two of them are. It is what it is. Yeah. Fanta. Okay. I guess I'll start dry brushing these guys now. Just to bring out that white again. I think it's important to have just, even though they're meant to be all dirty and stuff, I think it's important to have just a little bit of white on the areas that are like, would get a bit of erosion on them. Oh no. But like, then again, there's so many memes about how... There's so many Primarch memes, it's like, I feel like a lot of people get more of their lore from like memes than they do like actual books. Which is a shame, because there's so much good literature. And I feel like sometimes the meme culture in Warhammer 40k really does override the actual lore to an extent. then people get really surprised when they about how the characters actually are when they discover the actual lore. But still, it's fun. It creates good conversations, if nothing else. Wow, fun guy. We gave you a frog before, so I think I will have to make a different plush. Need more wraithbone on this brush. Let us see what kind of plush we shall make here. I am going to make you Pimpkin. Oh shit, I can't see OBS. There we go. Okay. I really like makeup brushes for dry brushing. They're so good. Like they just do everything really well. So just a little bit stiff, which is what you want with a dry brush. And this guy might have gotten a little bit too clean in places, like this shin pad, for example. But I think overall he's a good mix of like dirty and clean. He'll grime up really well when we do all the weathering and whatnot. We can try our best to learn from that guy and not go overboard with this guy. That's another reason why you can paint in why I like painting in small batches, is that like you can have just a one guy there just to like practice and make sure you've like warmed up a little bit. The more important characters like the icon bearer and the sorcerer, like these are actual characters that I might actually use for tabletop as like just the characters as well as in the kill team. What I do find interesting is that the sorcerer isn't the leader for the kill team, despite being like a HQ choice kind of in the tabletop. God, I can't wait for the Emperor's Children release. I'm super excited to get the Champions of Slaanesh army set. Hopefully in a couple of weeks, honestly. That's gonna be really fun. Like it's just gonna be really fun getting to paint that and build that. So once we get that, that's probably what we'll be doing on paint streams for a little while. But yeah, I think that's a better look than... I think that looks better than that. I think it just seems a little bit more refined, which is the idea with painting in small batches. Okay, now let's set the record. Set the video up for the next one. Okay. Easy. Simples. Hey, what's next on the agenda? Hey, I'll do some things I don't need to do on the others. Maybe. So what's next? What's next? What do we have left? We have to do the greens. Yeah, we'll do the greens. Nice and simple. Quick contrast. Whereas Astra Militarum green is on this table. There it is. Fun guy, your cat destroyed one of your Terminators today. Oh my god, fun guy, what happened? What did the cat do? What did the cat do? Are they allowed in the hobby room anymore? You shouldn't let them in the hobby room. Are you okay? Do not even leave it. You didn't even leave it on the table. Oh my god. It was used as a chew toy. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Aww. Aww. Is it salvageable? Do you think? Even sadder, you'd only just made it. Oh my god. Oh. Cats are a little bit dumb sometimes. A little bit dumb and inconsiderate. They think that the world is theirs. Oh, to be a cat. The head is a... I mean, if it's just the head that's been messed up, you can at least replace that fairly easily, right? Hopefully. Or is the head the only bit you needed to do for it? The head is the only bit not damaged. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've never, like... My cats have never done anything like that to my miniatures. God, I'm so sorry. That sounds awful. I feel like I'm quite blessed with my cats. So at the same time, I feel like I wish that they were a little bit sillier. But, like, they never give me any problems, really. They sometimes... I think the most issues I have with the cats, with my cats, is that sometimes they will walk in front of me deliberately. Not because they're trying to, like, be in my way. They're just trying to follow me, and they don't realize that they're a lot slower than me when they're not, like, when they're just having a little stroll. Mine act cute. Yours act cute, but are demons. Oh. But you still love them, don't you? That's just how cats are. I'm trying to figure out the right angle to get this bit in. Mostly, there is no actual shoulder pad on this bit. It's just completely, like, grown out and warped with the tree bit. Nice and simple. I guess we'll do all of the browns and whatnot now. See, does anywhere else need leather straps, or is it just this guy? Oh, also, I've just realized I've missed a little bit of the Mortarian grime. Or have I? Have I? A little bit. Do they steal my food? They do try and steal my food. But they're not very... I feel like they think it's a game. Like, they try and... They're like... They think it's a game, and they act like it's a game to try and catch the food without getting caught. Because they know that when I see them do it, they'll, like, slowly back off, and then they'll try and sneak in and steal them a bit more. I love my cats. They're very cute. They're so sweet. They're really sweet as well. Like when they know that like I'm not feeling great, or they can see that I'm sad, they'll like come up and be really cuddly and like that. They know. They know. They're very empathic creatures, my cats. I think I'm just maybe lucky. I think I might just be lucky. Garagak sewer for the mushrooms? Maybe. But the fact that they're so empathic, I think they know when they're being little shits. Like, let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest, they know when they're being little shits. They know. That's kind of funny, though. It's part of their charm, I think. A little bit. Where's the Rattling Grime? I have Rattling Grime here somewhere. One of these paints is Rattling Grime. There it is. You just realize you need to get a type of varnish for your models. Do it there. What else can I use Rattling Grime? I guess I could use Rattling Grime for the bodies of these little fly things as well. That would work. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I really like this. I feel like it's the right color for these little flies. I don't like how they get increasingly smaller though. You know what, while I'm here, I'm just gonna do this little cable in the same color. And these little cabley cables here. And that is basically done for now on this bit. Okay, next marine. You sent a picture of all you made in a bit in the Discord. There's a lot as you and your friend doing a big point battle. Ooh, that sounds really cool. Yeah. I hope you have a great time. I haven't done a big point battle in like forever. I'd like to do one someday soon. I think part of my issue is I always struggle to focus on getting I struggle on focusing on doing one army like to that kind of extent. Because there's so many little things I want to work on. I'll do a bit of a project, then I'll put it down and be like, oh, I'll come back to it later. And then it's a pain. I just need to focus. I can focus. I just need to, like, this is why I leave miniatures on my desk, like, on my painting desk, so that, like, I have to see them all the time. It's a reminder that, yes, I need to paint my minis. And it does help. There's lots of little tricks I try and do to motivate myself to, like, keep working. I really like Rattling Grime, honestly. It feels very like you're painting oil onto the miniature without actually using an oil paint. It's a good feeling, honestly. Like, it doesn't feel like an oil paint, but visually it looks like you've put, like, masses of oil on the model. Like, way more so than Null Oil does. Okay. I think I'll leave these cables to be done in that sort of in a different kind of color. Wow. Okay. Somewhere from you're starting off to your better ones. That's nice, though. It's nice that you get to see that kind of progression in a collection through the ages, you know? At least I think it's nice. But we are just using Rattling Grime to get on this, on the weapons. It's a nice dark grey, black kind of contrast. It doesn't go too heavy. You can kind of like, and it has this sort of like oily kind of like look to it, which I really like. And we'll do the same with his force, with his icon as well. Be careful not to do the wormy things in the same color. I don't know what these things are. Are they like Nurglings, chat? I know they're not quite the same as Nurglings, but like, are they the same kind of creature? I do love how there's some actual Nurglings on here, though. Very cool. Okay. Now that we're done with that one color. switch to wildwood for all of the little wood-like bits. It feels like my progress today is a lot quicker than last time. I think it's because I'm a bit more practiced and know what I'm doing this time for certain, instead of trying to like stumble through it a little bit. Just using contrast, wildwood. Bits like the growths on out of the guy's head. And shoulder. Because it's a bit like Tree Man syndrome, right? I really like wildwood as a paint. I think it just looks nice. It's very warm and rich. And I think that contrasts really nicely with a lot of the cold greenish colors. Okay, that is done on this one. There's a little bit of excess, but that's okay. Now, is there any more I need to do on this one? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. Now, for this guy, we have a little bit of wood on growing out of his head there. Is that just a tentacle? No, that's a bit of the whole tree man thing as well. You sent them? Okay, let me have a look. Let me have a look. Hey, Ruben, how you doing? Also, sorry, fun guy, I just saw your message. I don't know. I've never used YouTube Premium before. I guess it would be nice not to have ads. But that's also what ad block is for. I mean, what? Ah. Oh my god, that's a lot of miniatures. Ooh, there's some Horus Heresy stuff here. Love Horus Heresy stuff. I see you like your Night Lord's colors. So do you do like your do you do your loyalists as Night Lords as well, or are they Ultramarines? Well, that's some cool stuff. I will say, I reckon that you could work on improving a fair bit. But I think like for like some of your first miniatures, these are more than fantastic. Better than my first miniatures by a long way. I like all the texture you've got on the armor. That's very cool. I don't do stuff like that. The 3 Titans not done yet. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Gonna paint an older model. One from your brother. You got from your brother. Nice, Ruben. Nice, nice, nice. Well, what is it? 3 Titans are not done yet. I believe in you. Also, those are big models. They take time. Don't rush them. Don't rush that process. Just let it happen when it happens. Because if you rush it, you may regret the end result. I believe in you. I can imagine they're hell to build. Though I don't think anything Games Workshop has made is as hard to build as the Stomper. Not only are the instructions on the Stomper absolutely awful. Oh, to paint. Oh god, yeah, no. This is why I suggested, like, if you don't have an airbrush, using rattle can paints, because it'll just make life a lot simpler. And you can get some nice gradients and volumetric highlighting with them. I mean, I like using my airbrush, but I have a bad airbrush. Like, it was literally the cheapest one I could find that came in a compressor set. And chat helped get that. And I try and use it as much as I can, but it clogs a lot because it's just cheap and not that good. But I think I've done some shopping around, and I think I know an airbrush I want to upgrade to. I put it on my throne. I think I've used an airbrush enough to know that, yeah, to know what works for one. Though I also still need, I think I need more practice to get used to it. But airbrushes will solve your problems, will help a long way for vehicles and titans and knights and whatnot. I like this wooden staff. It feels very like Gandalf, you know? I don't know, there's something about these that remind me of, you know, that area in Elden Ring where it's the madness kind of place. It reminds me of I don't know what they're called, those weird guys with the big eyes that you can't really fight properly, but you can crit them if you parry them really well. That's kind of what this stuff kind of reminds me of. It's these weird, like, orby things in the middle of it. Meanwhile, I was raging to find a damn Brutalis pot. Rip. Hey, Vex. How you doing? It's always nice to see you. Sorry, I was just looking at my guy and painting him. I sometimes... I kind of wish I had a better paint setup than I do for streaming. Because, like, chat is off on a desk to my left. It's why I'm not using, well, actually why I'm not using my model for this is because I'm using my phone to record bits of this for a YouTube video. Because my phone has a much better camera than OBS, and I don't have to worry about using OBS to record stuff. I can just, like, send the files over, then import them into my editor. Oh. Are there any shroomy wood bits on this guy? I think there's just a little bit of wood on this guy. This little spiky spike here growing out of his arm. How you doing, Bex? It's always nice to see you. You have been perceived. You cannot be unperceived. I am here, observing you. Thank you, Matto. You made a big mistake. The tank you say was the first ever model you painted. Oh, the rhino! The tank I saw. Is it a rhino or is it a razorback? Yeah, it's a rhino. I don't see a mistake on it. It is very dark, though. It is very, very dark blue. You spent 30 minutes to find it, and by some zinch fuckery, when I kicked the cloth off your dad's bike, it popped up lol. And the hard way as soon as paint and not just. Yo, God, yes, yes, I've done that. I've done that. On the other side, oh, yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I've done the same thing when I've been priming models before. Like, not that I put it on paper, but I put it on a box, and then it stuck to the box, and I was not happy with what I'd done. And when I peeled it off, there was paper stuck to the model. It was awful. Anyway, what am I doing next, chat? Shroom guy. Shrooms of the shroom guy. I need, Garagax sewer. They should have a nice shroomy look. It looks melted. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though, fun guy. Like, you could just call that weathering or battle damage, you know? It just works. It just works. Some people really try hard to get the grimdark, murky, like, weathered look. And they don't always succeed. But things like that can kind of, like, as long as you vibe with it, you know? Things like that can kind of do the same thing. Shroom. Yeah, I think Garagax sewer is definitely the way. It's a very... Need a bit more paint on my brush, though. I don't like excess brush load. But sometimes it's very hard because I have quite shaking hands if I don't rest them on the table. This is like a very like grayish brown kind of thing, which I think will work really well for the mushrooms growing out of this guy's head and arm and backpack. Well, he's the shroom. Look at this soggy mushroom man. Well, that's what I'm calling this guy now. The soggy mushroom man. It was dark and you didn't know you were supposed to water paints down. And you just slapped it on. I used to do that as well back in the day. I feel like everyone has to learn that yes, paints must be thinned for the most part. Even if you're working with contrast paints and speed paints, sometimes it is just better to thin them out. But that depends on what you're working on and how you use them. I usually don't thin my contrasts, but that's because I'm very picky about which contrasts I use for what. But sometimes if you want to have contrast properties, but you want to have something thicker than a shade, but not have to do a bazillion different layers. Oh, I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the dirty down moss on top of this guy's on top of the mushrooms. That should work really well, actually. Because there's some nice texture on there. Wow. I'm going to use Garagak Sewer on... Actually, no. Will I? It's a very different kind of brown. Actually, it's not that much different. I know what I'll do next. I will do the little smoky stuff here. Which is going to be with Dreadful Visage, which is a very, like, grayish kind of flesh with a purple kind of tint to it. Which I quite like. Are the Dirty Down paints worth it? Dirty Down Rust, yes, 100% Dirty Down Rust. Dirty Down Moss? Hit and miss. It really depends on how you use it. You need to have some kind of texture under it for it to really look like moss. Whereas Dirty Down Rust, when it dries, it creates this sort of rust-like texture, which I think is amazing. And the fact that it's water-soluble and will reactivate when you, like, get a wet brush on it means you can do a lot with it. A lot with it. Originally, Dirty Down Rust was used on the original Alien film in, like, the late 80s or something. When was the original Alien? I'm going to use this for the little bit of mouth you see here. Just to give him a bit of a zombie-like kind of skin tone. But it'll stay quite pale. There's one thing I like about this contrast paint, and why I'm going to use it for the smoke effects here. Like, yes, I'm sure I could use different kind of things for the smoke, but I kind of like having that purple tint on it. It feels very otherworldly and sorcerous that way, I think. But that's just, like, my opinion, man. I mean, it's all subjective anyway when it comes to painting. There is no one right way to paint it. It's all down to what you think looks good. And you want to try different things all the time, in my book. Like, you want to just keep trying new things. And I think Death Guard are the kind of army that make trying new things great on, because you don't have to... They don't have to be consistent. Despite being a uniform army, they don't have to be painted like a uniform army, just due to the nature of the Death Guard. Because they're all in different states of decay, or life, or rebirth, or whatever. They're all at different stages. So it can work however you want. And it will work. And you can be really creative and do lots of, like, nature studies with it, which I think is quite a nice thing about the faction, honestly. Oh, I didn't realize these are actually two separate bits, the little smoke thing. I thought they were all one connected bit. That's cool. Have you seen the cursed painting Warhammer video? I have not. Hey, Andy. We're making progress. We are making progress. In fact, we've done most of it. We'll need to do the metallics soon. And we're kind of just finishing off little bits of the non-metallic colors. I'm going to need to go over this later with something a little bit stronger. Because as much as I like the purple tint, I don't think it's strong enough. I don't think it's strong enough. What I think I'll do is use some Basilicolum or maybe Space Wolf Grey. Because Dreadful Visage is a very weak pigment. Which I knew it was going to be quite weak. Which is why I used it for the guy's little bit of flesh down here. Because then it looks quite pale and zombie-like. Which is what I wanted for him. But for the little smoke plume, I think it needs to be... I wanted it to be purple. I wanted it to be purple, because that'll look quite nice. I think I know what I could do. I have some purples here, not Leviathan. I could try Shyish purple. A very thin Shyish purple could probably work. Just to add a little bit more thing. You'll send me, it's pretty funny. Okay, I can have a look. Oh god, what is that? Oh god, there's so many, the paints are so thick! No! I love how it's just Dawn of War screams. Oh my god. No! Oh, that was funny. I like that. That was horrendous, though. But I like that. I like that. Thank you, fun guy. That was nice. I like that. Okay, what am I doing, chat? Cool. So we've done the initial layer of the smoke on this guy. We're gonna let that dry. Then we're gonna add some more color to it. What's next? What do I need to do? I'm not using Garagax. Ah, I know. I know. 3 things. 4 things, technically. The purples. The purple roby bits. The tentacle bits of flesh coming out of him. So let me just set up my paints in the order I want to use them. So the last thing I want to use is Sigvald Burgundy, because that's, once I use that, the paint water is going to be really, like, tinted, which is less than ideal. So, Sigvald Burgundy. 1 paint. Volupus Pink. Do I have 2 pots of this on here? I feel like I've got 2 pots of this on the desk, but I don't. Volupus Pink. And then it's basically just metal work and weathering. Oh, actually, I know what I'm gonna do. Before I do any of that, gonna figure out what color I want the wings on the fly in the guy's backpack to be. So I'm gonna use Pilar Glacier and Briar Queen Chill, because they are very much off-white kind of colors. I'm going to use them on each of the fly's wings. Let's see which one I like the look of for more. But yeah, I think on the smoky bits for this, I'm going to use some Basilicolum Grey first. And then I'll use some Shyish Purple to, like, just tint it a little bit. Because the first paint I tried didn't really work. It's kind of just more, like, shaded it than anything. Like a nice little wash. Every time I use Dreadful Visage, I forget how terrible it is as a paint, and it just doesn't really work. I keep thinking, oh yeah, in principle, this looks great, but it just doesn't work. Like, it's just, there's no pigment to it. There's a slight pigment, but I feel like I actually get more color from using shade paints. In fact, maybe that's what I'll do. I've got Druchii Violet. Maybe I'll use that. Maybe I'll use that. Where's my Druchii Violet? Sorry, chat. I just turned around to like grab a paint from the paint then. Purple. Eidolon Purple Clear. I will use save that when it comes to children. I know I've got Druchii Violet here. Oh, there it is. Druchii Violet. This will probably be exactly what I want. It's more grey than it is purple, that initial coat. Anyway, let's do some bug wings. How I feel about playing Lethal tomorrow? I won't be streaming Lethal Company, just because I'm gonna be tired. It's gonna be after work, and in all honesty, I'm probably gonna drop before the end of the stream. It'll be before the end of the collab because I've got work the next day, and it's quite late for me. But I'm excited. I think it'll be great. I like Lethal Company. I mean, I don't like Lethal Company enough to just stream it and like go out and find collabs for it. I did have a period when it first came out that I was like really all about it, but then after a while I just kind of got bored of it. We're playing with mods as well, so that should be fun. I've never actually used these paints before. I actually bought these paints as like things I might do for use for Poxwalker Flesh. Because I've got 30 Poxwalkers, and I still haven't painted them just because I hate the idea of sitting there and painting 30 fucking models that are all exactly the same. That's why, back here, are the Poxwalkers sitting on my desk so that I'm constantly reminded that I have to fucking paint them. I hate Poxwalkers. I don't hate Poxwalkers, I just hate that there's 30 of them in a combat patrol. Like, it really annoys me. It just really annoys me that there's just so many of them. That you do need to paint them. There's no, like, avoiding it. They need to be painted eventually. Especially because I think Poxwalkers are better to run with Typhus than Death Shroud Terminators. Because I like Death Shroud Terminators being run with, like, Lord of Virulence and Lord of Contagion. I quite like this Briar Queen Chiller, honestly, for the wings. Already straight out of the gate, I think it's a good color. It works quite harmoniously with everything else because it's very low saturation. It's more like an off-white kind of a bluish off-white. We should get the locker mod, maybe. I'm not the one who's setting up all the mods and whatnot though, because I'm literally at work right up until the collab. I get home and then I eat and then it's collab time. So tomorrow I won't be streaming. I'll be on Pink's channel. I'll be on Robodoc's channel, I'll be on Ace's channel, I'll be on Suna's channel. I also really like Briar Queen Chill, though Briar Queen Chill suffers from the same thing that... This is the thing with some of the contrast paints. They're just a bit... They don't really color things so well. And I don't understand why. It's really annoying. Like, I understand the principles of how contrast paints work and all that. But sometimes it's like they're just too thin to do the job they need to do. So, I think... Yeah, I think for me... Or it's like they just drop for gravity and it's just like, no. Do I need to hold the fucking model upside down until you finish drying or something? Yeah. I'm not using Pilar Glacier, it's awful. Cool. Well, that's that. I learned my lesson. Don't use that paint. It's like it just I don't know what to say, chat. I love contrast paints. They make life so easy. But sometimes they just don't do anything. Or what they do is just so tiny, you might as well use literally anything else, or even traditional paint methods, and it'll save you more time to get the effect you want. I don't know if I'm being too critical, but like, the whole point of a contrast paint to my mind is to save you time. They shouldn't upset you and make you, and just do nothing, next to nothing. That's my opinion, at least. So in the end, I am actually just going over that while it's still wet. So we're just going to wet blend these two contrast paints together. Yeah, I quite like that. Anyway, that's what his wings are going to be like now as well. I'm just going to do those quickly while we're here. Wow. Why? Cha! Hi. We have a mushroom marine here. Not this guy. We're still painting the mushroom guy. He's just not on the table. He's just not being done right now. How you doing, Cha? It's always lovely to see you. You having a nice day? Actually, it's still quite early over there, isn't it? I feel like it is. I don't know time zones though. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think that works. I really think that the Briar Queen Chill works really well for like doing fly wings. Like it's mostly like, it just feels like this absolute like ice blue kind of color, and it's really nice. It's like 1 PM midday. Oh, that's not too bad. There's a hair on here. That's really annoying. How did I not see you before? I know exactly how I didn't see you. It's because I'm blind. I got it. I got it, chat. I got the random hair that I found on the model. All is well now. Okay. That is that bit done. So, things I need to do, chat. Big tiger thumb. Wow. It's because it's so close to the camera. I don't have giant thumbs, I swear. What? You want a bean? I will give you a bean. The bean shall stare into your soul at the bottom of the screen. I will not munch on my own thumb. I need it for brush control. I only have so much brush control. Wow, okay. A plush, a plush. A plush for fun guy. What kind of plush can I make? We have Chimkin, we have Frog. I know. Hamster. Wow. That's 3 now. The mushrooms are attacking. Video games warned me of this. Lol. Oh yeah, The Last of Us is all about mushrooms, isn't it? I still haven't played The Last of Us. I don't know that I ever will, in all honesty. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just... I just don't care enough about the franchise, you know what I mean? Like, it was relevant so long ago, and I'm just like, I could play it.
Emotional damage.
Wow. Don't eat my toes. Record it and then sell it on videos. Lol. Hey, chicken. But The Last of Us is old. It's an old game. Don't tell me it's not. It is. It's old, chat. It's old. Quit living in the past, old people. Okay. Drew Key Violet. I've never actually used this paint before. But if this is what I think it's gonna be, it's gonna tint this smoke really nicely. It looks like it's tinting this smoke exactly the way I wanted it to. It's once again quite a subtle color. But how is this? How is this more pig? It's not even a contrast paint. How is there more pigment in this? This is one thing I don't understand about some contrast paints, is that they just don't do anything. Then you get like a shade paint, and it's just like, it does everything you want it to. Like, I wish there was more consistency in the contrast paint range. That's all I'm asking for, chat. Am I asking for too much? A bit of consistency in your product range, G-dubs. Like, yeah, I don't think that's asking too much. How dare I want a product to perform in the way I expect it to perform based on your sales pitch, you know? How dare? Maybe I just got some bad batches. That could also be a thing. But sometimes you do get that. Sometimes you just get a defective paint where it just doesn't quite work. And then you'll get another one of the exact same paint a couple months later and it'll be perfect. And it'll be exactly what you think it's going to be. I don't know. But I feel like that works for like magic smoky smoke, don't you, chat? God, I really like this color actually. Emperor's Children paint? Yes. I think so. Tiger asks far too much. Like asking for level 3 spark. Lol. I will get level 3 spark eventually. And then all shall die. I mean, what? I've had level 2 spark since the beginning. Like, and I've used it more than any other spell. And I've seen people who haven't used it nearly as much as me, their spells, nearly as much as me, level up their spells. So god damn it, I will get level 3 eventually. It will level up. I don't know how many times I need to use it though, because I've used it several hundred times at this point in the campaign, surely. Surely. I must have used it over 100 times by now. I must have. I must have. Ooh. I need to drain something very quickly. There was just a little bit too much pooling on the back here. It was like covering up his hand. So I just had to drain that with a bit of tissue paper. Okay, what's next, chat? I feel like I've been not doing much. Oh, actually, what am I saying? I'm not done with the Druchii Violet. I want it to just tint his skin ever so slightly. And down here, just tint it a little bit with Drushi Violet. Because that's not all like the random bits of meat coming out, which we will paint a different color. I just want that to be like a nice pale kind of zombie looking flesh, which a bit of Druchi Violet over just the bare base coat I think works really well for getting that kind of like pale zombie-ish look. Okay. What's next? What's next? What's next? I think what's next is... Oh god, I've missed something. What's next is I need to make sure that I'm actually covering the areas I fully paint. I paint fully, instead of just like leaving bits of it plain. Wow! Ah! I have been pocket sanded. Okay. Next, I think we're going to use the Volupus... No. No. Next, we're going to use Argus Dunes. This is mostly just for things like the bandage wraps on the thing here. On the staff. It won't take long. I use Argus Dunes because it's kind of like a dirtyish brown, but kind of yellowish. So I think it's a good color for that kind of thing. Quite light. So it works. Okay, now I'm just, because I'm using the same paint on that, just get myself set up to record again. Let's not drop my phone. Ah! So we're using contrast Argus Dunes here. Just for the little bandage wrap. It doesn't matter that it's not, like, perfectly even on the base coat, because it's a little bandage wrap kind of thing. A little cloth wrap. In the hands of the Death Guard, it's not exactly going to stay clean for very long. Just make sure you rotate the model to get the whole area covered. And try to avoid the little worm on the icon pole. Almost like a golden brown, actually, which I didn't really notice until now. It's a nice paint. I quite like using Argus Dunes for a lot of different things. I wonder if it would work. It probably would work, because it's a bit like a brighter version of Snakebite Leather. I think it's one way of describing it. Speaking of snakebite leather, now that I'm done with Argus use, that's exactly the next paint I'm going to use. Stupid cap, close. I really can't wait for them to do everything in screw caps someday, because, like, sometimes the Citadel paint pots do not want to close. Because, like, there's just always a little bit of paint that gets trapped in the in the lid, and when it dries, it just stops you from closing the paint pot. And you can clean it out, but there's always a risk that you tip the paint and spill it all out of the pot, which is a bit less than ideal, to say the least. But I'm trying to do that right now, because otherwise I won't be able to close this paint anymore, which means the whole thing will dry out, which is less than ideal. Okay, that's closed now. They're never closed, correct. Wow! Oh, I owe you a bean. Was that why you threw pocket sand at me? To get me to what? I suppose that's the main way to make it happen in these streams. Ah. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained, chat? I mean, I'd hope so. That's why you're here, right? Actually, one other thing I should think about. Do I want to do... Yeah, that is more of the roots, isn't it? I think. Yeah, let me just get more of that wildwood on there. And then we'll switch to Rattling Grime. We will get these finished in a pretty timely manner, honestly. Because there's not that much left to do, I think. Because there's not much metal to do on these miniatures. Or I didn't quite notice that these were the same roots that were growing out of his shoulder there. Okay. Now we do, where's Snakebite Leather? Snakebite Leather? That's Snakebite Leather. You're here because Punk told you to be. Understandable. She will rapidly approach your destination, and she will fight you. Well, not really. Next, just a little bit of snakebite leather on bits like the holster or any leather straps on the miniature. And it just works because it's just a nice, very bright color. It's quite high saturation for a brown, and will really stand out on the rest of the miniature, despite being in a very similar place on the color palette. You could use Sigvald Burgundy for this, honestly. Because a nice burgundy leather is quite nice. It will look good as well. I prefer the more earthy colours. But it's always going to be down to personal preference, really. Okay. Cool. Snakebite leather done. Next. The little tentacles. Actually, is there any more leather I need to do on the rest of these? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Cool. Oh, I missed a cable on that guy. Okay, I'll do the cable, then we'll do the tentacles. Okay, chat, enjoy your food. Fuck, what was I gonna do again? Chat, I forgot. I was gonna do something. Oh yeah, this little cable. I found it. Get back to Rattling Grime. Should be just a very quick bit. Okay. Now, we're just going straight onto Volupus Pink. We'll do the other guys before we do the one we're recording for. See, on this guy, we've got some bits here on his organs. They're just kind of like poking out a little bit. And some random worms sticking out of his leg here. Some of these guys don't have much of this kind of stuff, which I think is nice. I love how inconsistent it is, honestly, because I think it adds a lot of individual character to the models. But then there's some that just have absolutely loads of it, and it's just like, bruh, are you okay? How do you survive? But then you remember they've got warp blessings, and so they don't really need to survive that way. I know it looks very bright and red right now, but when it dries, it'll become a nice pink color. And it'll be much softer. What else? Does this guy have any more? Just a little bit here. Yeah, that'll do. So this is actually just some texture paste, because we built this model badly. So we just decided to fill this bit in with texture paste here, that we're just being like, oh yeah, his arm is all gooey. And it works. It might not look the best thing in the world, but I think it works. And as long as it works, that's the important thing. So I think I didn't realize until after he was fully built. Like, you can see this little gap in his arm there. But this guy was really a pain to build, I think, compared to all the others. So I think it's only natural that we might have made a couple of mistakes on him. Okay. Next. Ah! I dropped something. But it's not important. Okay. Back to filming. Next, one of the last stages is going to be using contrast volupus pink on all of this guy's tentacles. It looks quite deep and dark quite now for a pink, but when it dries it will brighten up significantly. And the same goes for any of the random buboes on these miniatures. Like, this works really well for them. Doomfire Magenta is one I've also used, but I think Doomfire Magenta is just a little bit too high saturation for this. But if you want it to look really fresh and bloody, like, that could probably work quite well, honestly. Okay. The difficult bit is actually now. This is one of the reasons why painting your models before basing them is a good idea, because there are some bits that are very difficult to reach when it's based. But yeah, that'll do. Well, actually, he's got a weird tentacle sticking out of his sword. Why has he got a tentacle sticking out of his sword? That's so weird. Like his sword is a worm. And we've got some bits on his backpack and his shoulder pad too. And it doesn't have to ever be perfect, as long as it gets the idea across. That's the important thing. Okay. Any more tentacles? I don't think there are. There's those worm guys, but I'm going to do them differently. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think I want to do all the little, I think I want to do all of the little nurglings, and then I want to do the green bits. Mika, hi! Pato, hi! I hope you have a nice meal. Nokia, hi! Thank you so much! Fun guy, yes, you should definitely do the work you have due. Is it study work? Is it homework? Is it coursework? What are you studying? Or is it just like work? Wow. Yeah. They're getting there. We'll definitely have these 3 finished by the end of the stream. Okay. So we tried some different colors for the Nurglings last time. I don't want to necessarily use those same colors. Just because I want a lot of variety if I can. We used Hexray Flame, Warp Lightning. Did we use Orc Flesh? I think we did. So I think this week we're going to use Tesseract Glow, because I don't think this guy has any glowy shit on him. While we're using that, we'll use Plague Bearer Flesh, and I think I've got another green. Dark Angel's green? Dark Purple Black. We use Dark Angel's green. That's like blue tints to it, but that could work. Okay, let me get these all mixed up. Uni. Game design. Ooh, that sounds cool. I'm guessing it's a lot of coding stuff. Wait, how do you have money to spend on gift subs when you're a uni student? Holy shit. I was broke as fuck when I was a uni student. Like, God. You don't want to finish your game. No energy. You should focus on your work, though. It's important. It's important that you take care of your important things and do your work. Like, please, fun guy, do the important things. I know it's hard, but if it's due next week, then you should definitely work on it. LOL. Metal? God, you can't just say that. You can't just say that, God. Wait, how? Why are people saying you've got an OnlyFans? Where did this come from? Fun guy, are you secretly sus? Oh, understandable. Come on. God, this is taking forever to mix these paints. It's like when you get a paint and like it's all separated. It's like these paints really just have separated a lot. Because I've never used most of these before. Please combine, like the Super Friends, combine your powers and become paint once more. Oh, actually, I should probably check on Pink, because it's almost her stream time. have returned. The punk has been awoken. She was napping. Lol. You have your ways. Are you secretly one of those student drug dealers? Lol. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, God. Nothing sus. Good. Anyway, let's get back to painting. So we're going to use Tesseract Glow and do all the goopy bits on the models now. On this guy, there is nothing. So he just goes back to where he is. On this guy, there's quite a bit. I'm going to move this because it's just a little bit in the way. I'm kidding, fun guy. I know, you're a sweet bean. You probably wouldn't do anything sus. Now the people in the Discord and Twitch chat though, they're another story. Well, I mean, all I'm saying, guys, is if you thought that someone else was doing it, the thought has probably crossed your mind at some point too. Well. Oh god, I'm finding bits of miniature that I did not paint. That's the worst. But I'm glad I'm picking them up now before, like, it becomes any kind of problem. Just realised I've been doing that off stream the whole time. Ah. No, there's just a little mushroom there I forgot to paint. I'll do that now. What did I use to paint the mushrooms again? There was Garagak's sewer, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was. Garagak's sewer, because it's like a very dark brown. A little bit more, because he's got a little bit of a seeping here. You know, I read that like some plague marines are just goop in the armor. Like literally, they've decayed inside their armor, but they're still alive because they're inside their armor. It is pretty cool. Okay. Or they did it themselves. That's true. They might have done it themselves. At the very least, they've thought about it. You know. All these sussy little buckers. Okay. So now we're going to do all the little creatures and the gremlin and the gremlins. I guess they are gremlins. The little nurglings in this guy. So chat wanted these to be done in green from the last stream we did. So in this squad they're all green, but they don't have to be. They're demons. They can be whatever color you want. So I'm going to use Tesseract Glow to start with on this little guy here who's stuck in one of the circles of the Chaos icon. Tesseract Glow kind of works like a contrast paint, but it's also UV. So I thought it would be nice to give it to the little guy. Just the littlest of these guys. It's nice how this kind of works like a contrast. Like, I really like Tesseract Glow as a paint. He's getting booted by his little mate up there. Or maybe he's trying to help him stay in the thing. Who knows? Who knows for certain? But he's hanging in there. He's doing his best. Okay. Now, for the other guy, I think to contrast him, because they're right next to each other, we'll use a dark contrast. We used Hexwraith Flame, Orc Flesh, and Warp Lightning on some of the others. But for the ones... This guy has like 4 little creatures on him. So we're going to use Dark Angel's Green for the guy that's right next to that first guy we painted. And I've just realized to move some of that paint that I've just done around. But that's fine. We'll remove that little bit where I remove the model in editing. Well, we'll fix it in post. You had this urge to go play League. Oh, I'm so sorry, fun guy. Please don't get angry when you play League. I don't play MOBAs anymore. I used to play Heroes of the Storm very religiously, and then I just got to a point where I was just getting angrier and angrier when I tried to play ranked, and then I was just like, this is not good for me. It does not make me feel good, and games are all about having a fun time and feeling great, and if a game does not make you feel great, then it's probably not good for you to play. So I stopped playing MOBAs after that. He looks like kind of sad, this guy. Maybe he doesn't want to be hanging out, lol. I quite like Dark Angel's green contrast. I feel like it's a lot brighter than Dark Angel's green should be, though. I do quite like the overall color of it, though. It reminds me of that Codex cover for Dark Angels in in 3rd edition, where they were this very dark kind of sea green almost, rather than... And this kind of feels a bit like it. Though I think it's more like bottle green. It's also a very nice color. But it's just got that slight blue tint to it that I think adds a lot to green. Like, I just think it adds this nice deep quality to it. But, you know, once again, it's all down to personal preference. I don't think little things like this need to be super detailed. So I think a quick contrast paint works wonders. It probably dries quite dark, actually, now that I think about it. Or maybe it's just because it's freshly applicated that it looks quite bright. You're at like level 200, isn't it? Good luck. Lol, metal. But yeah, that's why I don't play MOBAs anymore, because I would get very angry and very vocally angry, and I didn't like that about myself, you know? I didn't feel like it was me. Okay, So for these two, I'm going to paint them one. So for these little worms, I'm going to paint one of them in Gut Ripper Flesh and the other in Plague Bearer Flesh. Start with Plague Bearer Flesh. He's just a big boy here. We've probably got a bit too much paint on the brush, but that's okay. We'll just spread it around on the model. We can always pull it away. Onto other segments. And he's just a little chompy guy, here to do a little nom. And the last guy is going to be in Gut Ripper Flesh, which I think is an orc flesh tone, I think. One, get angry, stop a few days, and then I hear it calling my name again to come back. Oh dear. It sounds like you've got a problem there, lol. Speaking of League of Legends, though, I did want to watch Arcane. I watched the first episode and was just like, yeah, it's aight. But I don't get why there's so much hype about it. Like, it's a really well-animated show, but I don't know. I feel like I need to follow the 3-episode rule for it. I do want to give the other episodes another try. But I just find myself not really caring. But it does look like a cool show. These little worms. They're just little guys. Okay. One last paint, and then we are done with matte colors. One last paint, and then we'll do Sigval's Burgundy. Then we'll be done with all the matte colors. Now, this guy is the only guy that needs this. So, nice, quick, on his little eyeball. Blood Angel's red contrast. Just a little drop. Nice and simple. If you've got any excess, just flick that away with a wet brush until it's invisible. You can always just write it off as OSL as well in the worst case scenario. Okay. The final colour. Just get it mixed up and then we'll be on to metallics. It's a Nurgle creature. They're not little guys. Watch the whole thing, Arcane as well. Hey, Callus, have you been lurking this whole time? Hey, somebody people know. We're doing some Death Guard. We're doing the kill team from the starter set. These four at the back are the ones we did last week, and we're just finishing off the kill team because this is what the community in my Discord said they wanted to see. So we are going to be doing some Sigvald Burgundy on all the cloth bits. And then from that point on, we're working on metallics. And then it's just weathering after I change the paint water. Which should be really fun. I quite like this purple smoke. Druky Violet's a great paint. Like, even though it's just like a shade that tints stuff. Welcome, welcome, Gallus. It's always lovely to see you. I hope you've been having a nice day. But yeah, Sigvald Burgundy is a really good color, I think, for accenting the Death Guard. Because it's just very mild. It's not very mild, what am I saying? It's a very rich color. Okay. So I guess we'll start with the guy that we're doing the YouTube video with the icon bearer, which is right at the front. So we're just going to use Sigvald Burgundy, and we're just gonna not block our own light with our hand, ideally. I feel like it's just a bit too close. So I can't really see what I'm doing. Hang on, let me move my open paint pot out of the way so I don't knock it over all over the place. I do, like, painting these guys does make me think I really should... Oh, shit.
Somebody people know just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely time in our community here. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to. There's lots of wonderful painters in there. Wonderful painters. And we sometimes do games with chat, too. Usually on Sundays, because that's when most people are free. You had to cover the restocking shift because your co-worker who usually does it is on vacation, moving hundreds of water. Oh god, that sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like an absolute nightmare. Okay, so we're just... God, these tentacles are so annoying. They're just in the way, like... Fortunately, if I get some of the Sigvald Burgundy, it's not the end of the world, because it's literally just going on pink, which is just, like, a brighter version of the same color, but my god. I may have made decisions that I come to regret in the whole process of this. And then we just floop him around and do the back. Then we'll just do the same on the other two guys. So they don't have massive tentacles in the way of, like, where I want to paint this, which should make life a little bit easier. Okay. And that, I think, is that. For this guy, at least. Now, let's move on to the others. I'm going to move the phone for recording over there, so it's no longer in the way. I really like this Sorcerer model, honestly. He's a really cool-looking miniature. And it's nice that, like, they include him in the kill team. Because, like, Games Workshop always charges a premium for their characters. But he's just part of the kill team. It's great. I don't know if I'll use him in tabletop though. Like not in like 40k. I mean, I'll definitely use him in the kill team. I think that's what you get for following Nagel. Sniffles the cat. Wait, what? What did I do? What did I do? I don't have sniffles. Do I have a sniffle? Did I realize it? Am I sick without realizing it? Don't gaslight me into being sick. I have work tomorrow. I don't want to be sick. Ah. I have been bonked. What didn't I do? I don't know. If I don't know what I did, how do I know? How do I know I even did? I'm just being gaslit here. Callum, stop gaslighting me. What? 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 Oh god, I keep painting off the camera. I don't know why I keep doing that, chat. It's because I need to rotate the miniature to be able to see it, and then I forget that, hang on, this camera has a completely different point of view. Nice and simple. Wah! Wah. I did not wah until you did the wah command. Did I? I don't remember doing it. Ah. Nice and simple. But I really liked this color. It's like just this nice, like, perfect wine color. You know? I did multiple times on it. Shush. Shush. Ah. Okay. And now this guy. Then we on to the metal work. Which will be nice and simple, I think. Hopefully. It should be simple. There's not that much metal work I need to do. At least I don't think there is. There's a hair on here. Hang on, I need to get some tweezers. I have returned! Big wine cat energy, shush. I mean, maybe. Maybe I am. Wine cat stream would be a fun time all the time, every now and again though. Like when we had the cheese and wine Wednesday with Punk. We could do that again. We could do that again. Though it's really just an excuse for me to just spend an hour eating nice cheese and drinking wine. And hang out with chat for like an hour before playing video games. Which, I mean, I guess I don't need an excuse for it, but like... when I organize it, it feels more like an occasion, you know? just gonna do the back side. God, I keep doing this off stream. I don't mean to, chat. I'm sorry. I just forget sometimes that there is a camera. And that while the camera is trying to position to be somewhat close to where I'm seeing, it's not exactly where I'm seeing, because then it would be in the way. Wah. Wah. Okay. But anyway, that's that bit done. I have realized I need to do something very quickly. Just go over this bit of armor over here with some more Mortarian grime. Because I don't think I actually painted that. Where's my Mortarian grime? It should be somewhere here on this table. Ah! I can't find it. It has to be here. I've literally used it. I've not taken it off or gotten rid of it. Have I? No. Where's it gone, chat? Rattling grime. Mortarian grime. Excellent. Just this little bit here. I was absolutely certain I painted that, but it just doesn't look like it's coated in as much the same way as the others. Feels less decadent when you do it for content, I suppose. But it's not really content. It doesn't go up on the VOD channel. Oh, I added the thighs emote metal. It's there. You should be able to use it. Is Punk getting the sub spam now? Oh my god. But you're a student. You shouldn't be spending Twitch money on subs. You need to be saving or something. Actually, fuck it. I don't know. I was a shit student when it came to money. Well, I spent all my money on hanging out and having a great time as a student and not doing any of my uni work. So who am I to lecture? It's been 84 years. Bruh. It's not been that long, has it? Has it? Okay. What's next? I guess we'll do the chainmails first. Then we'll do the brighter steels, which there aren't that many of. It's mostly just this guy's knife. Or maybe we should do... No. Then we'll do the copper after that. Yeah. 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 Actually, no. We'll do the copper first. We'll do the copper first, chat. I think I've ruined whatever I use this brush for. I don't know, but it is in need of a deep clean. Holy shit! What the fuck did I do to this brush? I'm sure I cleaned it after last session. Yeah, no, it's fine. I think what it is there's some dirty down paint particles stuck in the brush, and that stuff does create texture and. Yeah, that's definitely dirty down. That's rust in there. Okay. Well, I know what brush I'm using for the dirty down rust when I get to that later. Cool. Anyway. Let's do some metals. I'm gonna start with the copper, because copper looks really cool. I like copper here. The novels made the Plague Marines sound so much more disgusting. These guys look comparatively tame. Bruh, this guy's leaking goo from his face. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think there's a human body in there, really. But maybe you're right, honestly. I don't know. I still haven't read any of the Plague Marine books, so I can't really compare. I can't really say anything. Just gonna paint this little fly. This little Nurgle guy on his knee. Shit. It's a bit annoying because I've covered it in like all the same paint. But yeah, these guys are meant to be like the color scheme I'm going for was meant to be Pallid Hand, which I didn't know was a thing until the last stream when someone in chat told me that, oh yeah, these guys look like the Pallid Hand, and I was like, who are the Pallid Hand? Then I read like I was just going for the Heresy era Plague Marines in the color scheme, but apparently the second Plague Company, keep the same color scheme, and so they are the Pallid Hand warband, which is basically the entire second company, which is like a mechanized force, which is cool because like I've got Bloat Drone, I've got Blight Hauler, I've got some Plague Marines. It makes sense because the army I've got is going to work out similar in lore, I think. Let's do the underside here. I hear Ponk doing things next door. Well, but yeah, we've not even gotten to any of the weathering yet. We're just trying to get the right kind of overall look. Trust me, these guys will grime up great later. But also, I feel like the books kind of go to more extremes than the models are allowed to go. Or, well, than GW allows the models to go for the sake of, you know, remaining commercial and the kind of thing that parents will buy their kids. You're just going off the description in Plague Wars. That's fair. But aren't those meant to be Mortarian's elite guys? So, like, they're obviously close to the Primarch, and so are probably going to be, like, the most corrupted. Except maybe Typhus's guys. Typhus's guys might be more corrupt than the Demon Primarchs. Mostly because Typhus is the instigator of everything that happens. I really like this copper color. Like it's just very nice. It's gonna look great when I get some other bits on it later. Okay. Just go into the back here. Fuck Typhus. Yeah, Typhus was a cunt, honestly. He's an absolute dickhead. But he's a great villain, don't you think? Also, he was corrupted, like, since the fucking... Like, he's a Terran. He's literally a Terran-born Death Guard guy. And he was the leader of the... He was, like, literally the chapter commander forever. And Mortarion was just this little fuckboy the whole time, which I find hilarious. And also, I can't believe Mortarion never clocked that Typhus was a fucking psyker. I find that hilarious. Like, bruh, you literally have Primarch powers. You should be able to know when someone's a psyker or not. And this is like the main reason why I probably will never get Mortarion as a model. I just don't like him as a character. Because, like, you can like Typhus as a villain, I think, for the same reason why I think some people like Erebus. Despite, you know, fuck Erebus. But, like, as much of a cunt as he is responsible for the Warhammer 40,000. There would be no 40,000 Warhammers if it weren't for Erebus. And everyone should be thanking Erebus for, you know, giving us the setting that we all love. As much of a dickhead as he is, you know? Also, I gotta say, Typhus doesn't get nearly as much hate as I think he deserves compared to Erebus. Whereas I think everyone shits on Erebus because it's easy to shit on Erebus rather than because he deserves it. Like, Erebus is an absolute twat. But, like, as much as you love Erebus, you have to thank him for making Warhammer 40,000 what it is today. No Erebus, no setting, no fun games, no fun tabletop, no fun fiction. You all should be thanking Erebus, really. I mean, yeah. Okay, that's this guy done. That was a lot. Why is it the bits of paint keep coming off this bit? That's really annoying. I don't know why I washed that. That's just, because I'm going to use the exact same paint. I just wanted to get back into the sewer paint. It's not the first time I've had to go over and redo this bit. I don't know why it keeps wearing off. I'm not even touching it. Stay painted. Stay. Like, I'd understand if I was wearing away at it and touching it all the time, but, like, I'm not. Wow. Okay. Back to copper. Copper on the sorcerer is... There's actually some decorative bits I need to do, so I will do my best to do them nice and efficiently. It's out of focus. Hang on. Let me adjust the focus. What is the right way to focus this? I guess I need to move it right. There we go. You're still miffed that the Night Lord models got nerfed? I really wanted to see the original designs. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Erebus is a cowardly bitch. You're not gonna thank that guy for shit. But without Erebus, you wouldn't have Warhammer 40k. Do you like Warhammer 40k? If so, you need to appreciate Erebus as a villain. He's a great villain. Also, so are the Word Bearers in general. They're like the best fucking legion for the traitors, hands down. Followed by the Emperor's Children. Then the Death Guard. Then everyone else. Just do these little bits on the backpack. I don't even know what this thing is up here. It just looks like another one of these decorative, like, sensor beam things. That's a weird way to pronounce Night Lords or Iron Warriors. What I'm saying is, fuck the traitors who traded one god for 4 others. I suppose. But, like, I feel like the memes are the only reason that people like the Iron Warriors. Because, like, the Iron Warriors didn't actually do that much. People say that, yeah, he carried the Siege of Terror. Maybe. But, like, that's literally the only thing he did during the entire Horus Heresy. So, like, you know. Good GG Perturabo actually pulling your finger out of your ass for once. Lol. Because as far as I'm aware, he didn't really do much for the actual Heresy. I think a lot of his pre-Heresy stuff is literally just loyalist stuff and fighting the Harad, I think. And also, I think more people like Barbarous Dantiuk, who's not actually an Iron Warrior, let's be honest. Because he wasn't a traitor. It's like, no, you need to like you can't just be like, oh, I want loyalist everyone. But like, no, because that means you ultimately don't want who the faction is. You just want some fanfic version of the faction instead of what the faction actually is. And it's just like, bruh, just embrace the thing. If you like that legion, like that legion. Don't just be like, oh, I want to have this altered version of it that doesn't exist except in my head, you know? Which I think is fucking weird. But that's just me. Like, people can do whatever they want with the hobby, but like, yeah. Wow, fun guy. You think the Iron Warriors are over? So do I. I think the Iron Warriors are just like whatever. They also don't really have any relevance in 40k. Like, the Iron Warriors are about as relevant to 40k as the Iron Hands. So I don't know who that insults more, but either way, I'm happy. Lol. And I'm not going to apologize if you're an Iron Warriors or Iron Hands fan watching this, because, like, there are so many more interesting chapters and legions out there, or warbands, or whatever. Like, I was watching a Sandman of Terror video the other day about, like, about the Thunder Warriors and how there are, in fact, some Thunder Warriors that survived the Purge. And they all seem like really cool characters. Like there's one that they reckon joined up with the Warhounds, and he didn't get the Butcher's Nails when Angron ordered them to, and he became a Black Shield, and I can't remember his name. And then there's one who's rumored to literally be Astarion Moloch of the Minotaurs, and I'm just like, you know what? I like this. I might do a Minotaurs kill team at some point. I don't think I'd do a full army, but I do think the Minotaurs are pretty cool in a sort of like edgy kind of way. Can I paint this? Do I have... Fuck it, I've committed. I'm gonna just paint it. You like the Iron Warriors aesthetic? They do have a nice aesthetic. I can admit that. Like the Bionics plus Mark III armor is really good. Like it's a great design choice. I don't fault their aesthetic. Their aesthetic is cool. I don't like the hazard stripes though, but that's just down to personal taste. I just don't like hazard stripes on anything. I think it's lazy design, but you know, that's just me. As a Lamentus fan, I'm deeply appalled by you considering Minotaurs. Hey, I like the Lamentus too. If ever I do a Blood Angel successor army, which I might do when I run out of Dark Angels and Sons of the Phoenix, who I'm also using as Black Templars. When I get some Black Templars minis, I will paint them up as Sons of the Phoenix. I remember that one scene, I think, in Angel, where Pertwaro defends Vulcan's craftsmanship and beat the shit out of Fulgrim. I feel like that's like the one scene that might make Perturabo look remotely cool. And then the next thing we know, Perturabo is like on the floor getting the life drained out of him by Fulgrim. So, you know, it's not really a win in the long term, is it? Pink is being bullied in game. I mean, she's playing Binding of Isaac, isn't she? That's like the only that's the only thing that happens in that game. Unless she gets really lucky and has... Oh god, I've just realized I've not painted this tentacle. Lol, I can hear her from the other room. She's not having the best of times. I feed on her suffering chat. I mean, what? Is funny. I love that, like, Binding of Isaac was a game, like, I just had on my Xbox and I showed it to her and she was just, like, super into it. Like, she's done better in that game than I've ever done well in that game. Oh, God. I don't know if you can hear police outside, but there's police outside. I don't think they're coming here, though. Oh. Yeah, no, the Lamenters are cool. I don't know. I don't know that I'd do a Blood Angel. Part of my issue is I don't have the storage space for another army. I need to stick with what I've got. I've got enough space for the Emperor's Children, maybe. And then that's going to be it. And that's only because I've already got a bunch of Emperor's Children, so I've got some shelf space for it. But I do have some extra shelves. I could put them up. Not the bobbies. Lol. Okay, I need to set my video recorder up again. I say video recorder, it's a fucking phone. So, and then I can do this guy instead of letting myself get distracted by random shit. Wow. But sometimes it's fun just to go off beat. Okay, so now we are using Army Painter Speed Paint, Brazen Copper, And we are just going to use this for all of the coppery bits on the armor and the icon. So there's a few things we'll do, like just this bit up here. Maybe these things. I don't know what they're meant to be, but I'm gonna paint them because I know that we're gonna do the main like structure of this icon in metal, and it's going out of focus and focusing on the things in the background because yay, cameras. Ah!
Rick Sega just followed.
Hello again, Rick Seeger. You keep unfollowing and then following. I don't understand why. But yeah. I know a couple of streamers have blocked you because you keep doing that. I don't understand it. Is there a person behind Rick Seeger? Why do you unfollow only to refollow? Does your account get suspended by Twitch or something? How does it work? My guy. I don't understand. Why? But I would like to. I would like to. Doing bits like this knife. I should probably do this icon on the guy's tummy. I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna do that. But I will figure it out. Then we're just gonna go around the shoulder pad. And we should probably check. And I'll do the underside. Kind of running out of paint. Chat, do we do the tummy icon? Sounds like a bot. Banish the heretic. But you can ban someone and it won't stop them from following. Because it just bans them from chat. It doesn't like ban them from the channel. It's a bit weird. Like, banned people can still watch the channel. They just can't participate in chat. I could block them. And then they wouldn't be able to, like, do it. They can't. Oh, did you ban them? Lol. Are they banned? What happened? I don't understand this Rick Seeger person. But I've seen some people on chat being like, I'm not on chat on Twitter. Some other streamers saying that this guy kept following them and then unfollowing them and then refollowing them. It's just really weird. Like, if I could understand it, like, that's fine. But like, yeah, it's just really weird. But blocking people doesn't ban them from the channel, so I might just do that. but it will stop them from following. I don't understand how that works, though. But it's like, it's like every couple of streams it happens. And like, I don't mind it. It's just very weird, and I don't understand. And it's just like, why would you unfollow just to refollow? It makes no sense to me. Low effort trolling? Maybe. But like, it's not like it's offensive or anything, it's just very confusing. Maybe they just like hearing their name or something. That could be a thing. Okay. That is all of the copper on this guy. Look at his little tummy. Tummy icon. Okay. Now that that's done. Next bit of painting. You think we changed it's not allowing them to see? I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works, chat. Anyway. What's next on the agenda? I don't need Volupus Pink anymore. I don't know why that paint pot is still open. Okay. We're gonna do Enchanted Steel and Polished Steel next. There shouldn't be too much of this needed. So next up, we are using Army Painter Enchanted Steel. This will be just for the chains and little bits like that on the power pack. So it'll be nice and quick. Any random like little bits on the armor as well, like this. These change. I like this. I like this metallic because it's just got this nice like sort of like bluish tint, and it's this nice like dark metal kind of color with that sort of bluish tint. I think it's really good. The Army Painter metallic speed paints I think are top tier. Like one of the best like speed paints you can get. I've not tried out the rest of the Army Painter line, but hey, Army Painter, do you wanna send me some products to test? Because I'd be about that, please. But I've heard good things about their speed paints, honestly. Not this first generation speed paints. I heard that they were kind of mid. But like the speed paint 2.0, I've heard is actually incredibly good. Which is the same line all of these metallic speed paints come from. And the metallic speed paints are really, really nice to work with. I think they just make a lot of things very easy. Okay, this brush is splitting. Somewhere in there, there is a hair that is just not doing what it should be doing, and it's really annoying me. I think I'm at the point now in my painting where I think I can treat myself at some point to a nice paintbrush instead of the really cheap brushes off Amazon I use. But first of all, I need to get used to taking care of my brush. I need to get brush soap. That's what I need to do. Like brush soap and conditioner to really take care of my brushes. Because I don't take care of them very well. Like, I wash them in isopropyl alcohol and then dish soap sometimes. I'm usually just dish soap, and then occasionally, like, when I do a big clean on my airbrush, I'll, like, throw in all my brushes to, like, soak in isopropylene. But I don't know that that's very good for them. It probably unbinds the glue in the furrow. Okay. I think that's all of the enchanted steel. I'm just going to quickly wipe down a bit. There's just a little bit of excess I had to wipe off. Okay. So yeah, that was Army Painter Enchanted Steel, and also I got this little bit of chainmail down here to do as well. And then I think that's this guy done for now. Then we've just got the polished steel, and then on the knife, the icon and this back bit, and then that's done, and then we are on to weathering. Let's just do these other two with the enchanted steel. You played some 40k last night, Necrons versus Blood Angels. Andy, how did it go? Garlic Bread, hi! How you doing? I gave in and did a small bit of work. That's a good bean. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, fun guy. I know doing work is a pain, but it's important that you do it. Even if it's just a little. Some progress is better than no progress, you know? And I will always hold to that belief. And just doing a little is better than doing too much and burning yourself out as well. Oh, I just realized this guy has some drippy drips in his power pack. I should paint those. I will paint those. No, I don't mind if there's any overspill here, because I'll just cover it with rust, won't I? Well, I think they're starting to look the part now, chat. We're nearly there. Okay. Nearly done. Stop splitting, brush. I need you to work. Do the thing. I might have put too much of this enchanted steel in the palette, because I don't need nearly as much as I thought I might. But that's fine. It happens sometimes. Try and use most of it on this bit. Okay, nearly done. And okay. What else are we doing? This bit. And then it was a tough game. You met in the middle of the table and just started trading blows. Oh god, trading blows into Necrons is not a good time. Necrons are not easy, holy shit. Because if you don't wipe out a unit, they just come right back. And it feels oppressive, you know? But Necrons aren't overpowered. They're not particularly tough. It's like that the thing that makes Necrons hard tanky is just their ability to keep coming back after you kill them. Which in itself does not make them particularly threatening. What does make them threatening, however, is the multitude of different ways they have to kill people. Like Necrons have so many fucking ways to just put out tons of hits and damage. I've missed this bit earlier. Oh, there's a little worm on this guy's arm. I missed that before. I'll do that quickly. Just a little Volupus pink. And the worm will be free. And while I'm here, I should probably do that bit of drippiness out of that guy's power pack. I don't really know why they call Tesseract Glow a technical paint when it literally has all the properties of a contrast paint. I guess it's because it's a UV reactive paint. I guess that makes sense, but like, yeah, it's not a contrast paint. It absolutely is not a contrast paint. I mean, it absolutely isn't a technical paint other than outside of that. It like the way it flows is exactly the same way a contrast paint flows. So I just find that a bit odd that it's not classified as one. But yeah, I do quite like Tesseract Glow. I think it's very easy to work with compared to like some of the more prominent UV paints, shall we say? Like, I love the UV green I get from AK, but like, it's only good through an airbrush. It's a pain to work with outside of that. And even then, it sometimes clogs the airbrush. That's enough work time. Go make a coffee and play a game. If you do a bit of work, you get a little bit. You deserve a bit of a treat. He was doing a good job killing your spooky, scary skeletons. Oh god. Oh, I thought you were playing Blood Angels, lol. Then again, Blood Angels are very tough these days. Like, they just have a ton of killing power. Like, an absolute metric fuck ton of shit to, like, smash in melee. And no, not smash in that way, some of you degenerates in chat, before anyone says anything. I just realized I've used the wrong fucking paint. Ugh. Not that I've used the wrong paint, I just poured the wrong paint into the palette. Okay. So, for the enchanted, I'll start with the sorcerer, do the heavy gunner after that. I don't think there's much I need to do on the sorcerer. Not with this paint, at least. I think it's literally just these little nodes on the little exhaust vents on the power pack. Yeah. Okay. It's just a little bit in here, and then a little bit on his weapon, and then that's this guy ready for weathering. Then when all the weathering is done, we can do the oil wash. You know what would be fun? You know how, you know how, Thousand Sons have Zangors as their cult unit? But, Nurgle, like, the Death Guard only have Death Guard cultists, right? They just have the regular cultists. What if Games Workshop gave them, like, Skaven Beastmen cultists? I feel like that would be on brand and would be really cool. Because Skaven are, like, a thing in 40k. Like, they're not a major thing. They're not like a galactic level threat, because they're literally just beastmen of another kind in the 40k universe. But don't you think it would be cool? Like, to give the Death Guard a unique cult unit? I think it would be cool. I don't think it would be the most creative thing Games Workshop could do, but I think it'd be nice. He killed both fully units of 6 Scorpec destroyers in a single turn. Jesus Christ! But him losing Mephiston and Dante's unit turn 1 really hurt him. Yeah, no, I can imagine. Necrons are really strong. I need to get my Necrons painted up and built. I've got the combat patrol built minus. Oh well, it's not the combat patrol. It's the 9th edition starter set. Oi Tiger, I'm going to Tesco. You want anything? Can I get you some Percy pigs? No, mate. What you can do is you can get me a fucking pack of McCoys, innit? Salt and vinegar. And a cornetto. A hazelnut chocolate cornetto, mate. That'd be sound. Thank. Or a strawberry cornetto. Oh, a fucking strawberry cornetto would be great. Actually, I haven't had a strawberry cornetto in years. Painting some really dirty boys. Some little stinkers. Some real rotten goobers. Yes, Bonehead Scully. They are. We're almost done with the basic stuff. That soon we'll be getting to weather them. I've just got one more guy to do the polished steel on, and then we'll be in the weathering phase of this. Which won't take very long. And hopefully when they're all... You know what I love? I love the mouth on this guy. Like, hang on, let me adjust it so that the focus... I can put it close to the camera and still be in focus. But like... Look at that mouth, chat. Don't you think he just wants to kiss his mum with that mouth? I think that's great design. It just looks really cool. Anyway. You're stripping your orc kill team. You did them slap chop to see if I liked doing it yourself, and you do not. That's fair. I think slap chop is a little bit overrated, to be honest. I think the best way is to combine Zenithal and slap chop to do priming. And if you want to speed paints are great as our contrast. But not all. One thing I found today, some contrasts are just fucking shit. Like they're just not. Why does this keep coming off? This little bit of paint here, it just keeps coming off. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm painting it. I'm leaving it alone. I'm not touching it. It's actually starting to drive me mad, chat. There's like it's like 5 times I've painted this bit. This one little bit of mushroom. And it just keeps coming right off. And I just driving me absolutely insane, I swear to God. Anyway. That should be the last time I have to do that. I'm probably lying. To myself. Not to anyone else. Just to myself. I think... For clothes and guns, it depends on the paint. Because some paints work really well for cloth. And some paints work really well for guns. Like, I've started to use Rattling Grime for guns after someone said in chat. Because I used to use Black Templar, and it just looks like shit by comparison to Rattling Grime. And again, Sigvald Burgundy I think looks amazing on cloth. But you have to, like... You can't just do basic slap chop. You have to do a little bit extra, like maybe get an extra oil wash or like a shade on top of it. I think a lot of contrast paints don't look good on their own. I think you have to enhance them. Most of this is contrast paint and speed paint metallics. I think they look okay, but this is what they look like after like some weathering and some oil wash. And I just think it just makes it pop a little bit more. But yeah, I'm gonna go through the whole thing. Like they just look a lot better after you've done some extra things to them to really bring them out. But yeah, what we're doing right now is we are just taking some enchanted steel speed paint, not enchanted steel, polished steel speed paint. Where the hell is my metallic brush? There it is. And we're just going to do the last bits of metallic on the icon bearer, and then that's basically going to be us all set up for weathering, which we'll do immediately after these are all done. Because I love using Dirty Down Rust, and I love using Nylock Oxide. I think I found what I'm going to do for my Emperor's Children, by the way, when I get the Champions of Slaanesh box. I'm going to do them the way I painted that Kit Bash Jump Pack Lord, which I'm probably going to use as a champion for Horus Heresy. Champion Centurion for Horus Heresy. Because I just think I've just done a really good... I mean, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I think I've done a pretty decent job with getting the purple just right. I might use some magenta ink to push some vibrancy in it, but I'm also going to use some blue ink in like a reverse zenithal to like add some more purple tones and darker tones in the shades. It should be really fun. I'm really excited for the Emperor's Children release, which I think is going to be at the end of the month. Not the main release, but like the big army set release, which I've already, I'm guaranteed to get. So, you know, I am excited. I'm very excited for that. My only concern is that it's going to be like something I get, and then I'm going to have to pay rent immediately after, lol. Oh. Well, we live in a society that demands I pay rent. How dare the society demand I pay rent? I just want to pay miniatures. I just want to paint miniatures and play silly war games. Speed Paint 2.2 was quite good. I've heard good things about Army Paint and Speed Paint 2.0. I know that the Speed Paint metallics come from that range. We were talking about this earlier. And I've not tried any of the non-metallic Speed Paint 2.0 paints, but I've heard that they're really good. So I've got a set on my I've got the mega set, which has all of their paints on the on my throne. So I'm hoping that I can get that, and then that should sort me out for paints for all the projects I have. Because I am subscribed to the Combat Patrol magazine, so I am eventually going to have like a ton of armies that I'm gonna need to paint up. And if I'm going to be honest, there's too many miniatures to paint in detail. They're mostly all probably going to be speed painted, because I think that's the right way to go about that many miniatures in a short amount of time. Okay. And that is all of the metallics done. Nice and quick, nice and simple. Easy does it. The stinky boys, they are basically done. Now we just have to grind them up good. You just can't help it. You see the Death Guard, and you hear fart plus echo slash reverb effects. Lol. You like your high contrast, almost comic-like. You know, that's fair. I really like that as well. I feel like sometimes people push contrast in very strange ways. And I know you have to push contrast on miniatures because obviously they're far away, but also they're very... So when you're using them, you need to be able to see that detail. But I feel like for a lot of the competition painting, it just looks a bit... It looks a bit too much for my tastes. And I know, but it's all subjective, you know? But like all the competition people love doing like really hyper exaggerated like color contrast on the same thing. And I'm just like... There's no scene in which it makes sense for the lighting to be like this, where you'll have all of the deep purples and reds in someone's skin in every shade and nook and cranny. No, that's not real. For me, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I get why people do it, because from an artistic point of view, it does look quite nice. But from someone who's thinking of seeing these on a battlefield, It makes absolutely no sense to me, and I don't understand it. I don't understand why that's a thing. But then again, it's like it's a competition paint crowd as opposed to a wargamer crowd, I think. But I don't know. I'm not coming into this as like I was an art student way back when. Not that I remember any of that shit at this point. Okay, so what do I want to do for weathering? Well, first of all, we're going to do some dirty down rust. No. Yes, we're going to do some dirty down rust. Now, I actually think that the brown dirty down rust might have been a bit too much. A bit too dark. So I'm going to use the yellow dirty down rust. Which is going to be... Actually, no, I do like the high contrast. Yeah. I do like the high contrast, the really dark rust. Yeah. I'm sorry if you guys are hearing the sounds of paint mixing. But, like, dirty down rust, it just gets really, like, separated. And you really have to, like, shake it a lot. So, most Golden Demons models are in new non-metallic metal, and I think it's way past they're way past caring about realistic lighting. That's true, Catachan Deviled Egg. I don't know, like, I would like to learn non-metallic metal and stuff, but like, a lot of it just isn't to my taste. A lot of what I see people do, it's just like, I think it looks great, but it's just not to my taste, and I don't know why. I don't know why all of these really, like, because I think some of them look, like, some of the things look really cool. And I'm just like, but it also just, I don't know. I guess it's a different crowd to where I belong. But then again, it's like, I'm friends with people who do that kind of painting. But maybe I'm just a bit simplistic. Maybe I'm just too much of a fucking peasant to understand, like, why people like it that way. Don't get me wrong, I'm all about pushing high contrast on stuff. I'm just going to put some dirty down on the metallic bits of the cable. Everything is getting rusty, chat. Everything. Rust on everything. As it should be. Rust within and rust without. We're just gonna get it all absolutely covered. And that'll dry later and it'll be great. But if you wonder if Dirty Down is really good and if is it worth it, look at what's happened to the brush that's been dipped in there. That is just Dirty Down rust allowed to dry. That is a realistic rust color. So I will swear by Dirty Down rust over and over again. And then once it's dried and once it started to look like all messed up like that, you just get a wet brush and you just do some streaks up and down and you create like realistic grime and rust streaks in a way nothing else does. And it's so good. Well, yeah. I mean, that's just my opinion. I like that. I love working with Dirty Down Rust. It's just such a simple tool that just makes. Even if you don't scrape it off, I think it looks fantastic on over metallic bits, especially for Death Guard or anything that leans into Nurgle, like plague knives covered in this shit. Like hell, you could even paint an entire plague marine in nothing but Dirty Down Rust. And it'll look great. You can just prime it black and just cover it in Dirty Down Rust head to toe and just leave it to dry overnight. And it'll look fantastic in the morning. And you know, in hindsight, I think it's silly. I've not done that. I should do that. I should have like a squad of Plague Marines just done in Dirty Down Rust. Should I do that, chat? Should I just get a squad of Plague Marines out of my cupboard that I've built and painted I mean, and built and base coated, and just cover them with dirty down rust. Do you want to see the results of that? Because I will put that on socials tomorrow. Like, not tomorrow, but yeah, probably tomorrow after work, and just show you all what dirty down rust looks like. Because it'll look great. It'll look perfect for the Death Guard. It wouldn't work with anything else, but for the Death Guard, it works like a treat, an absolute treat. Okay, back to video recording. So for this stage, we are just going straight with dirty down rust all over all the steel bits, because it's going to look great. It will look great. It'll look fantastic. And it just, because with Nurgle, you got to have all the decay you can, really. Otherwise, you're not really embracing the Plague Father, are you? You can just be super messy. It doesn't have to be like neat or anything, because rust spreads around, doesn't it? It doesn't just like stay on one thing. It spreads and like rubs off on things. So it's okay if it's on the non-metallic bits as well, or on other colors, because you can just do grimy, streaky bits with it later and it'll work. So you don't have to be super neat with it. You can just kind of like be a bit messy and have fun with it, which I think is the most important thing. It's all about fun. Yes, you can paint for artistic expression, but it's all about fun at the end of the day, because the way these videos that I'm recording are not for competition. They're not even for painting like to a high standard. They're for getting your models done in cool ways that are easy, that anyone can do. Anyone can do with a little bit of patience and a brush. No fancy equipment needed. Even though I love my airbrush. I say I love my airbrush. My airbrush gives me a headache sometimes, because it is cheap. Lol. Otter, hi.
Ottertime just cheered 100 bits. Here to throw bits and say that these are the weirdest looking Tyranids I ever saw. Cool armor though.
Yes. Yes, they are the weirdest looking Tyranids you ever did see. Okay, chat. You want to see like just... Okay, I'm going to go grab a squad of Plague Marines out the cupboard, and then I'm just going to cover them in rust, and then we'll see tomorrow how they look. They'll look amazing. I promise, they'll look fantastic. In fact, like, let me just grab some. What fucking Plague Marines do I want to do now? I'll just grab some random ones. Look, so here's some Plague Marines I built ages ago. And I'm just gonna show you. I'll post this in Discord and on socials, but I'm just gonna absolutely drown this guy in dirty down. Just no patience, no finesse, nothing. Just loads of dirty down. And it doesn't have to look neat. They have the plague of rust. Oh god, this stuff kind of smells though. Oh. Oh yeah, I should probably warn you, this paint is a solvent, so you don't want to be breathing this in too much if you can avoid it. Which is another reason why when you use Dirty Down Rust, you want to be quick and get in and out and be done. Which is, again, why I'm being very slapdash about it. But I could just do this. Do an entire army like this. Lazy mode. And it'll be great. It'll look fantastic. Like, even just like that, before you see all the rust effect properly dry, it works. Like, it just works. The way it, like, sinks in and, like, shades stuff. It works a bit like a contrast paint, honestly. And the great thing about it is that when you slap it on like that, it'll be really uneven. Looks like it was pulled out exactly, but wait until it's dry. Wait until it's dry. I don't know why I pulled 3 of them out. I'm only going to test this with Actually, you know what? I'll do a moss guy. I'll do a guy in Dirty Down Moss. It won't look nearly as good though. Okay, I need to mix my paint more though. I need to mix these paints. God, this shit stinks though. I'll be real. Dirty Down Rust fucking smells. I'm not a fan of that part of it. Good coffee? Okay, I'm just mixing up these 2 other Dirty Down paints. Because you really do have to mix it up, because it gets really goopy at the bottom. Like, insanely goopy. Okay, that should do. I'm going to do this knife guy in Dirty Down Yellow Rust. God, it just gets all over your hands as well. And it's sticky. Why is it sticky? I know why it's sticky. It's because, like, it's literally just this fucking goop. Like, Dirty Down Rust is just this crazy goop. Again, completely different color. Same properties. It's gonna become exactly the same kind of thing. Just a much brighter, more vibrant version of it. I don't necessarily prefer one Dirty Down Rust to the other of the 2 varieties. They're kind of both the same to me, but like I think the darker one is better for contrast. If you're doing like bright Death Guard colors. Which is what I was doing. Okay, now the last Dirty Down paint is going to be the Dirty Down Moss, which is it does behave very differently. It's nothing like the other 2. Actually, that's a lie. It has similar properties, but it's a different, it doesn't have the same rust effect. It has its own corrosion effect. God, my hands are covered in crap now. A whole Stanley flask. Don't Stanley cups have like lead in them? I heard that they're not good for you to drink out of on a long-term basis. Okay, Dirty Down Moss time. We're just gonna once again absolutely gunk this stuff all over the miniature. And just see what happens, because I've not seen this done with. Oh god, look how goopy that is. That's a different kind of thing. I kind of like it though. God, again, you could do this for an entire Death Guard army and it'd be great. It would work. I think it works. Like, hell, this is a good supplement for... Maybe I'll do all the shoulders in Dirty Down Moss from now on, because this doesn't look that different to... It's a bit darker, but it doesn't look that different to the green we've got on the shoulders already. That's an idea, chat. That's an idea. One I think I might go with in the future. It isn't easy being green, chat, apparently. But I don't know, it seems pretty easy to me. You just dunk Dirty Down Moss all over your miniature and it'll be fine, right? God, I've got Dirty Down all over my hands. It feels weird. Like, there's something viscous about this. It's not a great... I need to wash my hands. I feel like I need to wash my hands. I'm gonna go wash my hands now that this is done. But yeah. I'll show you what these guys look like probably tomorrow sometime. Because they're gonna need like a day to do their thing. But trust me, it'll be great. Actually, while I'm doing Dirty Down Moss, I was going to use Dirty Down Moss on this guy. I was going to cover his little shroomy bits in Dirty Down Moss. I almost forgot. I almost forgot. He was going to get dirty downed. Okay, that's me dirty downed out. Now, what do I need to do? I need to use the Nylac Oxide. I'm not going to use this brush again tonight. That's just... It's just covered in goop. Goop, I say. Can we start armoring Tyranids and sending them as a first wave? Yeah, I heard the Stanley Cups have lead in them. Fun guy. I like, yeah, I don't know how true that is. I've not looked into it very much, but I've heard that they've got lead in them, and that, like, if you drink out of them a lot, you might get lead poisoning, potentially. But I don't know. I don't know how true that is, or if that's just a random rumor on the internet. But it'd be weird if they were a thing people could buy and it literally gives them lead poisoning. I feel like someone would have tested that shit before allowing it on the market. Yeah, no, this brush now needs a proper clean. Dirty Down destroys brushes, apparently. Who knew? Certainly not I. Okay, Nylac Oxide time. We're just going to take this and go over all of the copper bits. However, the lead is covered by a stainless steel layer, making it inaccessible to consumers. Oh, that's good. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Texted to Google. Texted to Google. You're fine. You're fine. Wow. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spook you. I don't have a Stanley Cup. So I don't know. I just is what I hear on the internet. I know that sometimes the internet isn't always accurate, and sometimes people panic about stuff. Please don't fret. You're okay. Because they designed it so that it's okay. Oh, I forgot to do the little flies there. Oh, wow. I'm sure that we'll live without the little flies being done in lead. Don't be afraid, it'll be okay. Because the Stanley Cup doesn't have, like, it's got a protective layer that stops the lead from getting into your drink. So it's okay. It's just there to help the vacuum seal when it gets shipped out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you worried. What? Are you okay, fun guy? Ah. I feel bad now. I didn't want to make you worried. Ah. Ah. You'll be okay. I promise. We're just getting some nylock oxide all over, and then we'll just rub this off in a second. Fun guy, are you okay? Ah. Are you okay? It's okay, fun guy. There's nothing wrong with your cup. They sealed the lead away behind us. God, I feel bad now. I feel so terrified. Hey Alex, how you doing? I feel terrible now. I didn't mean to make you feel. I didn't mean to. You had to delete your modded Minecraft world. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spook you. I was worried, and then Google informed us otherwise. I worry. I don't mean to upset people or scare them. I just am a silly little cat, and I worry about people, and I was just, but I didn't know. I didn't know for real. You had to delete your modern Minecraft that you played your friend and start fresh because you found several structures in the world that were empty with no chests, no enemies that would go up, and all the structures were boss arena. Oh, so you lost all the boss fights and they had nothing in them. That's so lame. Did they do all the boss fights without you? That's kind of lame if you play it with a friend. Wow. I don't know how to play Minecraft, chat. I get scared by the skeletons and the zombies when I go dig. I just want to dig holes and not get hurt. But then things eat me, and then I die, and then I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Okay. Next bit of weathering for the video. You spilled your glue. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no, you host the world. They can't access it unless you're on. Oh, that's fair. So is it just bugged? That's so weird. Close. This other paint I was using earlier doesn't want to close. Okay, it is now closed. But yeah, that's not a really weird bug, Alex. Wow. Okay. Recording time. So now we are using nylock oxide to weather the coppery bits, which is kind of like a nice organic way of doing this. It's very simple to use. You just get some nylock oxide on the brush. You just kind of, you don't have to be super neat about it. It just kind of goes wherever you want it to go. But generally, the thing that makes the most sense to do is to just have it on all of the coppery bits. And it'll stain them. It's quite a chalky paint. You don't need to thin it down or anything. And you just kind of slap it on there. Then now when it's slapped on there, you don't even need to leave it to dry because you don't want it to dry too much. At this point, you just kind of like rub it off. That's all there is to it. I mean, I don't know why. I'm mostly saying these lines to remind myself of what stages I'm doing, because I'm gonna do a whole new voiceover when we get to editing. When I get to editing. And you just grab a tissue and you just rub all the excess off. And while it might look a bit excessive, even after you've rubbed the excess off, that'll be fine, because when we do the wash in a very brief, small moment from now, it'll blend in really nicely. Washes are great for blending everything kind of just together. And now the second last stage. So with all of that done, the last thing we need to do is we just need to get a slightly wet brush and just a slightly wet, stiff brush, the kind you'd use for dry brushing, and you just use this across all the areas you put dirty down rust on before, and then you should see it start to peel away. It'll still be very heavy in some recesses, and you can either do as much or as little of this as you want. I think it's nice to be a bit inconsistent with it, so you see a little bit of the actual metal color come through, but doing this also spreads the dirty down rust around onto the other bits of armor, which I think is really nice to do, honestly. I think it just kind of like makes it look a bit more natural and a bit messier, which is a good thing, I think, when you're painting Death Guard. And you can even just try and do these with a smaller brush than this, and you can create little streaking effects, if that's the thing you want to do. But I know a lot of people do like streaking grime and rust. Yeah. Nice and weathered. You can do things like add contrast paints over the top of this, like Garagax Sewer or Mortarian Grime or Rattling Grime, to just add more different types of weathering. But we're pretty much done. We just have one last stage to do. Okay. No, we're just going to get all the rust off. Does this guy have any rust? It's just a little bit on his backpack, really. God. I'm not going to do too much on that guy. I think he's fine as is. And this guy, Probably do a little bit on the flamer that's not a flamer, but it's actually a flamer. And yeah. Now these guys are ready for the final stage. Be stinky, do grime. Yes. That's quite literally what we are doing. Okay. The last thing we're doing is we are oil washing these guys with Aptilung 502 Sepia Wash. Oh, well, Sepia is the color of the paint. But we make a wash by mixing it with some white spirit. You could also use any kind of spirit. It would kind of work. Well, mix your paints with vodka. No, don't do that. Don't do that, chat. Don't do that. You could use God, what's it called? I've got a bottle of this stuff down here. What's it called? Linseed oil. Yeah, you can also use linseed oil. That works. Okay. So at this stage, what we're going to do is we're just going to use an oil paint and just cover it completely. We've thinned down some Aptilung 502 Sepia. This one, to be precise. And we're just going to... We've thinned it with white spirit, and we're just going to cover the whole model from head to toe. God, this brush is super... just drenched in oil, and it's become really hard, and I didn't realize. And it doesn't have to be super thick. It's super thin. In fact, if it's thicker, that's great. And this is going to help everything kind of just blend together. This might seem excessive, but trust me, it's not. And I know it looks like we've just ruined everything we've done, but trust me. We're going to use a makeup egg in a little bit to wipe all of that off. And then it'll just leave the things in the oil in the recesses. And it'll be great. And that's that video segment done. I'm just going to continue doing the thing. Hi, Haru. The cat. Oh, she's not interested in saying hi to chat. Chat, you've been dissed by the cat. How do you feel? She's snubbed us all. Haru. Haru. Hi. Hi. Haru. Hi. Yep. Haru. No, she doesn't want to come. Haru. Oh, maybe she does. Hi. Do not drink the paint water. Hi. Come. She's moving. Alright. Let me move that. You now have a path cat. Alright. Where are you going? Hi. Oh. She's just a little guy. She's gone into the cat hole, which I usually use for cat cam. Do you all want cat cam? We can have cat cam if she sits the fuck down. But I don't think she's gonna sit the fuck down. Oh my god, she's actually sitting the fuck down. Okay. Okay, give me a sec, chat. Give me a sec. Oh no, she's not sitting the fuck down. She's fucking off. No. Capture cat. I have a lap cat now. She's somped. Bye, Haru. Oh, I was gonna put cat cam on, but she's decided she doesn't want to say hi to chat. She doesn't want to stick around. We've been abandoned by the cat. Truly, a more awful thing could not be captured live on a live stream. Hi, Haru. What's up? Why are you meowing at me? You literally just abandoned us, Haru. You can't just meow at me for attention. You could have had all the attention you wanted if you just stayed, cat. That's not how that works. You could have had the intention of all of the Twitch viewers, but no. She's like climbing on my box of my pile of stuff I need to build. Also, some of it is just bits in boxes that I've just kept around and not organized into a proper bits box. I really need to organize my stuff into proper bits boxes because I've got a lot of like random bits that are just kind of there existing. Oh, oil wash. You are just a strange thing. I don't understand how you work, but I'm glad that you work very simply. I mean, I do understand how it works. It's because oil doesn't actually dry, it just kind of cures and becomes hard. But you can just reactivate it. And then, like, yeah. So you never fully... So you can never, like, yeah. Okay, anyway. You want 100,000 point redeem, sip the paint water. Oh god. Oh god, really? Maybe a 500k redeem. Maybe a 500k redeem. Drink the paint water or karaoke stream, chat. You decide. I'm not gonna drink the paint water for a Twitch redeem. I mean, even if it's non-toxic, I don't want to drink paint water. Okay. Now with our miniature nicely oiled, we just take a little makeup egg, and we just rub it down, or rub it up in this case. And as you can see, it just peels away all of the oil, except the stuff in the furthest recesses. And it's just a very nice way of doing some very strong shading and getting a great deal of contrast for the miniature. It also helps blend everything together really nicely. Sort of a bit like a filter, really. I think last time I did this, I actually waited a lot longer, but like, you don't need to wait that long. If anything, it's kind of easier this way. Bit of me wonders if maybe I should have thinned it down a little bit more. It's quite dark. But I don't know. I think it looks okay. I think it looks pretty reasonable. For that, especially if you want to go for that grim dark kind of like everything is just janky and messy and murky. I think it's the perfect thing for that. It's also tinted the white, the off-white we had, and brought it down nicely into a tone I think I'm a lot more happy with. Because I thought it was a bit too clean looking. Whereas now, it's going to end up being still somewhat bright in the bits. Oh, ah! Lol. Lol. No, I think Zero's referring to what I was saying about choosing between drink the paint water and karaoke. But yeah. I think I might have rubbed a bit too hard and taken some of the color off some of these guys. But I think overall, it's a much improved look over just the more plain kind of look we had before. I think it's to do with the, probably me rubbing it very hard, but also to do with the fact that I used white spirit to thin this with. So it might have corroded some of the acrylic paint underneath. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know, because I've not heard anyone say not to use white spirit when doing miniatures, but I don't know if that's the case or not. I just do it because I know white spirit works for oil paints. Yeah. There's our guy. Now, on to basing in a little while. What do we think, chat? I think he looks pretty decent. I think the oil wash really helps bring it all together. Ah. You gotta buy more glue. Oh no. Oh no. What kind of glue was it anyway? Was it super glue? Do you have a lot of shit to clean up now? I imagine you might. God. I'm sorry you spilled your glue. I never have issues spilling glue. It's always like shade paints I have issues spilling. Never anything else. Just shade. Actually, no, I did spill a contrast once, I think. Okay. This poor makeup sponge. It did not know that its life was going to end dipped in oil like this. But it has served a higher purpose now. I don't understand oil wash. Look at how, I love how different some of the models can look after oil wash. Like this guy's so much brighter than this guy. Just like this guy is so much brighter than the other guys. I don't quite understand what causes that. Because hell, it took less time to rub the oil off that guy than it did these others. I mean... Okay. There we go. All 3 done. What do we think, chat? I think they're right. Maybe I should have used a purple oil wash for the cloud, though. For the little smoke cloud, though. Oh, the Tamiya extra thin modeling cement. I love that stuff. Oh, that's a shame. That's like one of my favorite glues. How did you spill it? Those things are really, like, it's a chunky, pretty chunky glass bottle. Oh my word. And it's like you use a brush applicator for it, right? So, yeah. That sucks though. I hope it's not too costly for you to replace. That still needs to cure for a bit, so I think I'm going to leave these guys for now. God, look at my hands, chat. They're just covered in just oil and rust. And speaking of rust, they're starting to dry out. Like, look at this guy. Is he not like Nurgle's favorite little soldier? It just works. It just works. Like using Dirty Down. It just works so well. I think, at least. But yeah, what do you think, chat? This is our kill team. Let me get them all into focus a bit better. Where's my camera controls? Zonan!
Zonan Prime just raided with 1 viewers.
How's it going, Zonan? It's always nice to see you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Can we get a shout out for Zonan, please? God, my hands are just covered in oil and crap. I need to wash them. But we're almost done, I think, with this stage. I need to sort the bases out, which is something I'm going to do. And I'll show you how. I'll base these guys when they're finished being oily, which probably won't be till tomorrow. But I left this guy unbased specifically in case this was what happened this stream, so I can show you the whole process because it's very chill. And I based these guys, but I didn't finish basing them specifically because, well, this is going to be covered in PVA glue. I will do the shout out. Oh, how was DRG? I haven't played Deep Rock Galactic in ages. And what art were you doing? Also, welcome Raiders. I'm Tiger. I love Warhammer. I do variety games, games with chat, and I do hobby streams, either building or painting Warhammer or Gundams sometimes. We've been working on Kill Team Death Guard the past couple of weeks. I think I'm pretty happy with how they've turned out, honestly. I think they're going to look great on the tabletop. Yeah, I think they're going to look really good on the tabletop, honestly. I'm pretty proud of them. My hands are covered in just oil paint right now. Wah. But yeah. Okay, I can move this because I don't need it anymore. So, the first stage of this whole basing process is going to be very simple. We're going to take some PVA glue and take our little wood thing here. And we're going to put some PVA glue on the base. I don't know why I'm taking this away from the camera, like I'm not trying to show you guys what I'm doing. Wow. I don't mean to be a little goober. I simply am sometimes. Is that your OC Comrade Prophet? Oh, cool. What's it an OC for? I'm trying to figure out the focus for this. So we just plonk a bit of PVA glue on the base. I know it's actually a textured base, but that's only because it's what the kill team comes with. I don't like using textured bases. Just because I feel like they're a bit restrictive. But I'm not going to waste a base. Especially when it has, like, a thing that helps the model stay on there. So we spread the PVA around. With this little spatchy spatch type of thing. And then... And Papa Nurgle will be proud. As we plonk this guy into a jar of literal dirt. Don't worry, it's just Amazon basing, like, it's just basing rubble that I get off Amazon. Just whatever cheap stuff, whatever's cheap and available and delivers when I'm going to be at home will do. So I just put that in the jar, and that's the basing jar. And then I'll leave him to dry for a few hours before I do anything more. But there will be more. But we'll use these other three to show off what we do next. So because we are doing some chaos, guys, I was thinking it would be cool if the ground under their feet was being corrupted. The OC you're based on. I am a funny goober. Oh God, so I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm being very cozy, and I've been in pajamas most of the day, and I've just got. I've touched my pajama bottoms, and I've got oil paint on them now. And oh no, oh, that's gonna be a pain. God, that's super cool, Zonin. Feel free to post it in the art channel in Discord if you like, whatever. I'm sure it looks really cool. What was I doing? Oh yeah, stuff. So I was recommended this stuff off a friend. It's called Uwu glue. Not Uwu glue, Uhu glue. I've never used it before. But apparently it's really good. So I'm just gonna squeeze a bit of it into this, into the palette to see what it's like. Because I don't know what its properties are gonna be like. But I've heard it's, oh, this is very goopy. But yeah, I was told the idea is that I should mix pigment with that. So that's it. It's very goopy. Apparently this glue is really good. So I think I'm gonna mix some... I know what I'm gonna mix. Where's my AK Interactive UV green, fluorescent green acrylic. So I'm just going to mix some fluorescent green acrylic here. Oh shit, I need to mix this. The paint has separated in the bottle. That's the worst. Oh, you're not in the Discord. I thought you were already in the Discord, Zonin. I thought you were already in Discord. Huh. But I understand. If you're a streamer, you're probably in a lot of Discords, and if you're not active in one, it kind of makes sense to drop it. But, you know. Where is my texture tool gone? I keep finding things and then immediately losing them. Seriously, where's my texture? I need my texture tool. Where's my texture tool? Got me here somewhere. Ah! This is the worst chat. I mean, this isn't my texture tool, but it's a shit brush I was going to bin anyway, so it'll do. Actually, no, hang on. I found my texture tool. So I'm going to use this to mix this in together. Oh god, that's really nice. I like that. That's super goopy. Look at that, chat. Look at that. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Holy shit. Shout out to Dan and Niall for recommending I do this, because my god. That's exactly what I was going for. So anyway, I'm just going to goop some of this on top of the I don't know. Okay, it keeps sliding off. Maybe I need to use like... Oh god, it's so stringy. Oh god. Oh god, I don't know how to use this. Okay. Oh god, it's stuck on my fingers now. Oh god. Oh, what is this? Oh god, okay. Cool. I will have a look. Okay, I'm gonna use this shitty brush that I was actually gonna bin. It's just a shitty brush I got for free, and for some reason it's all sticky and shit. God. Okay. We have made slime, chat. We have made actual slime. Holy shit. I don't know how I've done this. I mean, I know exactly how I've done it. I did it for the first time. Like, God, it's so stringy. Look at this. Oh, God, I don't know how to feel about this. Holy shit. God, it makes me feel like a kid. That's what this shit feels like. It makes me... God, oh. God, I don't... Oh. I am a child playing with slime, chat. I am a child playing with slime right now. Holy shit. Okay. Oh god, they're connected. How did they get connected? Oh god. There's so much goop. So much goop. It's everywhere. Okay. Okay, I think I'm gooped out for now. Okay. Let's put a little bit on the back here. God, this is the weirdest shit I've ever used. And I kind of love it. It's so just unlike anything I've ever used. Holy shit. But look at that. It's like webbing. But yeah, I just wanted to like do some kind of green radioactive looking goop on the ground. Like try and make it look like it's seeping out. I don't know how close, I don't know whether or not we've succeeded, but I'm having fun with this. Oh god, I'm going to use this on my Tyranids to do like weird goopy shit on like their mouths and one. Oh, that's going to be really fun. Hell yeah. Cool. That looks great. I love that, chat. I don't know if you like it, but I think that looks fantastic. I just need to get some of these excess stringy bits off. But yeah, no, that's fantastic. That's really fun. And that's really fun to work with. And it just looks like a pile of goop, or like the ground is seeping goop. It's so goopy. And because it's UV, it reacts to light very differently to everything else. In fact, let me get my UV light. I've lost my UV light, chat. It was on this desk, like, for ages, and it's gone now. Ah! Oh, wait, no, there it is. But look at that. It just glows. It's so goopy. That's so cool. I love that. That's really fun. That's just really fun. Holy shit. It kind of makes me feel like I need to add glowy shit to the miniatures. But eventually, the whole kill team tomorrow, I'll finish basing them, and then it'll be great. Yeah, yeah. This is the gang. I don't think they're half bad, honestly. I feel like I did okay. We have the whole fucking squad. I do feel like this could be brighter, this smoky stuff. But maybe it doesn't have it. It is meant to be smoke after all. Ectoplasma. Yes. What do you think, chat? Doesn't it look cool? It really stands out on the camera for some reason. Like the basing stuff. Thank you, Zonan. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Let me have a look at your art. Where is it? Because I have... Now is the time. Oh, that looks really cool, Zonan. I like that. I like that. But yeah. That was all I had planned for the night, honestly. I mean, I could build this, but I'm kind of blare. I'm kind of tired. I got work in the morning, so I have to get up in like 6 hours. So I should probably think about heading to sleep. Yeah. But I hope you all had fun here. The tank, the Mephitic Blight Hauler. He's a little guy. Thank you once again for getting this on throne. Chat, if there's anything you want to see me paint or build, oh my god, I just had an idea, chat. I'm gonna use the goopy stuff on the mouth for this thing. Do you not think that's gonna be amazing? Do you not think, chat, that's gonna look amazing? Like, yes. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Oh my god. Oh my god. I could build it. But next week we will be painting this guy. I don't know how long it's gonna take, honestly. It might not take a full stream. I don't know how quick it's gonna be to build. If it's a very quick to build, I'm gonna have a look at the kit. If it's very quick to build, I'll build it now. If it's very quick to build, I'll build it here and now. But if it's not, then I will build it off stream and then paint it next week. Oh, it doesn't look super hard. It doesn't look hard to build. But some model kits are very deceptive. Little guy who shoots goop. Yes. Little guy who shoots goop. He's just a little... Okay, we'll build the Blight Hauler now. We'll build the Blight Hauler now, chat. He doesn't look too hard. He's only got like 2 pages of instructions. We can build the little guy. We can build the little guy tonight. I do want to get a drink, though. I'm going to get a drink because I've run out of juice. We get a drink, then we'll build the little guy. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. I'm back. I am back. Oh wait, where's all my hobby shit? I need glue. I need my clippies, and I need my file, and I need my mold line remover. You know what? I think, chat, I'm just gonna have a squad in each of these dirty down colors, just cause I don't want to have to repaint them, and I'm lazy. Even if they really look out of place next to the guys that are actually all like properly color coordinated and with a color scheme. Oh my god, chat! I just realized I could have goose dripping out of the guns as well. From what Andy said, that's gonna be so good. I love this goo stuff. Oh my god, it's like the best thing ever. I've never used anything like it. But oohoo goo, this shit, really fun. It's like the stuff kids play, like they sell to kids as a slime toy. It's so good. It's so good, chat. Anyway, what am I doing? So, I take part 1. I don't know how I'm going to base this guy, though. Because there's not really any room on his base for anything. Maybe I'll just surround him with goop. With the green glowy goop. Oh my god, is it bug pee? Is that what it is? Is it the pee of the bug? The giant bug? Part 1 and 2. Where is part 3? So part 3 is the other bit here, the other half of his face. But what part is 2? Part 2. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. So part 2. Okay, first of all, let's clean up these cuts. Mold line remover. And where are my files? They should be here. I missed my round file. I lost it somewhere in the... It's somewhere in the house, but like... I don't know where in the house. Okay. Let's do this. Just gonna clean up these mold lines. Fortunately, there's not many. Okay, and now what needs to happen here? Okay, so this now needs to go over here, like so. Okay, let me just get some glue. Where is my glue? I thought I found it. I thought I had it just a second ago. Ah, there it is. Glue acquired. This is just some old cheap glue I had, but it works. It's plastic cement. It does the thing. It would do the thing. It will do the thing. Just gonna tidy up the break marks. I like that there's very little in the way of mold lines on these. It's a really well built, like well designed kit. And just cover it all in the goop. Oh god, it's these push fit kits. I just hang on. Before this sets. Oh no, it's stuck. Oh no. Oh well. I'm just gonna have to hope that this binds really well and that the gaps get filled. Seeing this reminds you have 2 guns to build. Build them, Bankai. Build them. Don't let them be just, don't let them sit. Oh god. Oh, that's just paint from my hand. Well. Don't let them just sit in a pile. This is taking a while. Okay. Anyway, I need pot 4 next. Pot 4. That's this bit. Okay. I kind of like the idea of like a kill team having one of these little bugs as a pet. Is that weird, chat? You sent me the YouTube code. Oh, I did. I saw it. I will sort it out immediately after the stream. Thank you so much. I have never used YouTube Premium before. Because in all honesty, usually I have adblock running. Well, please don't use adblock on my videos, chat. I need the revenue. I say this, YouTube still hasn't paid me a penny since I got monetized on that. But it does, I do actually apparently earn a small amount of money from it. Just not enough that they'll actually pay me for the content I put up. Fucking YouTube. Imagine, chat. But you need like thousands upon thousands of fucking views and watch time to actually make a penny off there. And it just seems very, very difficult. And then I see people posting that, yeah, they do Pornhub and put the same content they have on YouTube, but just put it on Pornhub and it pays like 3 times the amount. And I'm just like, bruh, that's weird. We need to promote Tiger YouTube. I mean, in fairness, mostly Tiger YouTube is just the VODs, but occasionally I'll do like a book reading series, which is the thing that drives views. The fact that I've not done a new book reading series in like a couple of months is the main reason. I've just been short on time, just doing stuff and living life. Like, not even doing anything important, just like being tired from work, changing shifts patterns, and just organizing stuff. I need to do Caiaphas Cain very soon. And I'm also going to do the Fulgrim model because I love Emperor's Children books. Emperor's Children books are really fun. Like, I'll do the new Emperor's Children stuff and I'll do Caiaphas Cain probably at the same time. But there's a bit of me that thinks I really want to increase the quality of the book reading stuff, so it's not just me sitting there reading a book and occasionally doing a voice. I'd like to like actually like read the thing, figure out a character voice for each character, and then record it all separately. Like, do the narration and then do the voice lines, like, but say just spend like a week recording one character's all of their voice. But that's a lot of work. Like, that's a lot of work, and I know it, and I don't think I've got time for it. I think I'll just go back to doing the book readings the way I did before. If I did YouTube as a full-time... If I did YouTube and Twitch as a full-time thing, then yeah, absolutely, I definitely have the time, and I do it, and every month I do a whole new thing, and then it'd be great. Because I'd have the time for the project. But alas, when you work a 40-hour week, and then can only do this in the time with the one little time and energy you have outside of that, it's not as easy as it's not as easy as I wish it was. Because doing the actual content is like doing that stuff is really fun. I really enjoy it. But I'll be honest, when I was doing Eidolon the Auric Hammer and was doing like multiple chapters recordings a day and then spending like I'd lose entire days and just not be able to live life outside of content creation. It's hard to strike a healthy balance, and I'm all about promoting self-care and making sure people in the community are doing things that are not bad for them. And as much fun as it is, I know working that hard was bad for me. I was burning out to an extent, which I think is why I've taken such a long break from like doing it. Because it's like I finished the last one at the start of December, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have Christmas, New Year's off before I start work on the next one. And then since then, time has slipped away from me. It was a conscious effort to have time off, and then not even time off, just time off of doing big projects like that. But we'll get back to it. I also need to record. I need to finish that book submission for Black Library, which I can do this week. That'll be quite easy, honestly. At least the first draft will be done. Then I'll need to give it some time, sit on it, reread it, proofread it, make sure it's actually good, and the kind of thing I'd like to submit. But I'm pretty happy with the concept I've got so far, honestly. I think I've got a good idea, but I'm slightly concerned about whether or not my submission meets the criteria, because I'm not sure if they want named characters or just something that they make a model for, because that was the criteria for the competition, is that it's 2 characters and they have to be miniatures that Games Workshop currently sell, or Games Workshop that at some point they've made that model and sold it. But I'm not sure if it needs to be a named character or if it can just be like anything, you know? It's not 100% clear. And me being autistic, it's very difficult to know if what I've done is right, given that sort of sense of uncertainty. I don't like that feeling, you know? But anyway, enough about that. Not about the writing competition, just about me being... What did you do, Metal? You can't have a... Pink, have you gone shopping? That sounded very sus. Okay. You sent her 3 sites that have Kurumi stuff. Okay. I know, I walked by when I went to get a juice and I saw... but yeah. Yeah. We're trying to save up for a house. That's the most important thing we need to do this year. More important than even my VTuber new model, which I really want to get. I've wanted to get for like a while now. But that's the most important thing we can do, is to move and get a new house. There'll probably be like a week off streaming when that happens, just so, you know, we can actually move and shit. You could arrange something with her, lol. You had a silly idea for a new character. Sharing a name with your main mouse, OC. I'll do it. But like, my idea is not even to do a character model. It would be like, I mean, I could stretch it so that it includes Harken Wildclaimer, but the idea is it was going to be like a novitiate in the Sisters of Battle, set in. I mean, I don't want to get too many spoilers, but they've got limited criteria, and you can only have the story set in certain places. That I think are places they want to push the narrative for, and it's basically just like this novitiate who accidentally ran into, whose squad got ambushed by Night Lords, and it doesn't go so well for them. And there's this really cool like bit where like a Night Lord swoops in on his a raptor swoops in on his fucking jump pack, pulls the fucking novitiate superior out of the sky, and just drops her, and it just fucking splats all over the little novice sisters, and it's fucking horrific. But I thought it was funny the way I've written it, so it's grim dark, but I feel like from the Night Lord's perspective, it's quite funny. So I focused a lot on the sister. I want to write the Night Lord's point of view at some point, but I don't know if I should have multiple point of views, or if I just want to have him as the big bad antagonist. I could call him Harken Wildclaimer and like not actually care if it's Harken Wildclaimer or not, but like, I think it'll be fun. I think I've got a good little narrative in the way I've written it. I hope it would be cool if like it got put in a Black Library compilation or something sometime. Wow. Don't tempt the Ponk. Don't do it. Do not. Do not. This is actually incredibly quick to build. Holy shit. I could knock out a bunch of these in a night if I wanted to, I think. I didn't realize how easy this was to build. Then again, it's meant to be an easy to build kit. And they're very cheap. Like, this is probably one of the cheapest Games Workshop kits around. Like, it's only like £15 for one of these. And they're great. They're great. You can have like 9 of them in an army. Like, you can have an absolute horde of these bugs. And I think that would be really fun. They're just little guys, you know? Just little guys. Just little bugs with guns. $11 goes on the left. Oh, well, on the left, on the right. Left as we look at it from the front. I really like this. I really like this. Like, this is such a cool little kit. Damn, it just won't go in. There's just a little bit too much of that. Oh, now it won't come out. Hang on. I just trimmed the little stick. But it's stuck. Ah! Okay. Oh. Well, shit. Hang on. If I just clip this bit. Then it should be fine. Yeah. It just fits better. Wow. Okay. Now. I'm not going to make that same mistake. I'm going to clip the little... It's meant to make it push fit, but like the push fit stuff just leaves big gaps. It's like it's like they really do want you to trim it off and glue the model together properly. Okay. That's going to go together nice and easy. And then I'm just going to file these bits. Then I'm going to clip this bit off because it doesn't make it easy to fit. It makes it harder. And then we just... This goes in here. That goes in, yeah. Yeah, I could put little goopy bits coming out of that. That'd be really fun. I'd like that. That's gonna be really cool. So anyway, what next? That goes there, it would seem. I feel like there's a bit of me that's just doing all this hobby stuff off the camera, and I don't mean to, chat. So please tell me if I am, and I will correct myself. I know I'm definitely doing the clipping off stream, but like, I don't mean to. But this was an incredibly fun and easy build. I like this. It's basically done now. Like, I could glue it to the base, but I don't know that I want to. I mean, would it be easier to build this glued on? I don't know. I feel like it would be better if I didn't glue it on. At least not until the end. Where did I put my clippers? Definitely gonna cut these bits down a bit though. Okay, I need to tidy this bit up. Oh, this has mold lines, holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna need to scrape those down. Okay, that's all of the scuff from the clipping filed away now. I just need to scrape away the mold line. Okay. Now it's just a matter of getting this into place. Okay. I just get some glue on here, and on here, and on here, and on here. This is not so easy. Because you can't see what the hell, where the hell things are going, and it needs to go into like a very specific way. But if you just... Okay, fine. You know what? Fine. I'm just going to clip this off. This is annoying me. I don't know where that's gone, but that's gone flying off somewhere in the room. But that's a tomorrow problem. I'll find it, and it'll be fine. Oh, I should probably put some glue on here. That would probably help. He's just a little guy, chat. Look at him, he's just a little guy. Oh, stay. Okay, that's gonna need a little while to, like, set and stuff. He's just a little guy. He just wants to have a snack. He's just a little guy. He is going to do a munch. I'm being silly now. Anyway, I have to go to sleep because it's late and I have work in the morning. As much as I'd love to just keep fucking being a silly little goober on the internet. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for choosing to come hang out. Let me know what you thought. Come join, hang out the Discord, show me the things you've painted, so I can get ideas. Well, and also offer advice if people want advice. I'm not the best painter in the world, but I have lots of ideas that I may not have the skill to try out, but other people do. So yeah. I'm not streaming tomorrow or Thursday, but tomorrow I will be doing Lethal Company with a bunch of friends. On Pink's channel, on Ace's channel, on RoboDoc's channel, and on Suna's channel. And on Thursday we'll be continuing our Civ game with Pink on her channel. I might do something on Friday. Something super chill after work. I don't know. Maybe some Devil May Cry. Maybe I'll do a watch party. I've not decided. But there might be something on Friday. Let me find someone to write into. Who do I know that's streaming? Who do I know that's healing? Healing? Streaming. Satan might weak. What? What? Oh, I haven't raided into small in a little while. I've not raided into small in a little while. But maybe I know someone who's painted. I don't know anyone who's painted. I was gonna be be like, oh, I should make raid into another painting streamer, but I don't know anyone. I haven't raided into Small in a little while. I will raid into Small. Guys, give Small the bully. Do it. Do it for me. Break this controller. Make him die. A lot. As always, chat, thank you so much for choosing to hang out. I hope you had a wonderful time with me. I had a great time hanging out with you. I hope you have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow on someone else's channel. Lol. Yeah. I love you all. Mwah. Mwah.